She talked about some god called Belzor punishing us. Is that what you mean?
Belzor, what a crock. There are gods, Caramon, powerful gods. Gods who will punish you if you do something they don't like. But they'll reward you too if you serve them.
Are you serious? Caramon asked, staring at his sister. No offense, but I've never heard you talk like that before.
Kitiara turned from the window. Walking over, her strides long and purposeful, she planted her hands on the table and looked into Caramon's face. "Come with me," she said, not answering his question. "There's a city up north called Sanction. Big things are happening there, Caramon. Important things. I plan to be part of them, and you can too. I came back on purpose to get you." Caramon was tempted. Traveling with Kitiara, seeing the vast world outside her solace. No more back-breaking farm work, no more hoeing and plowing, no more forking hay until his arms ached. He'd use his arm for sword work, fighting goblins and ogres, spending his nights with his comrades around a fire or snug in a tavern with a girl in his knee.
What about Raistlin?
He asked. Kit shook her head. I had hoped to find him stronger. Can he work magic yet?
I don't think so,
said Caramon. Odds are he won't ever be able to use it then. Why, the mages I've heard of are practicing their skills at the age of 12. Still, I'm sure I could get a job for him. He's well schooled, isn't he? There's a temple I know about. They're looking for scribes. Easy work for fat living. What do you say? We could leave as soon as Raistlin is well enough to travel. Caramon allowed himself one more glimpse of walking around this town called Sanction, armor clanking, sword rattling on his hip, the women admiring him. He put the vision away with a sigh.
I can't, Kit. Race would never leave that school of his. Not until he's ready to take some sort of test that they give in a big tower somewhere.
Well, then let him stay, Kitiara said, irritated. You come alone. She eyed Caramon, giving him almost the same look he'd imagined from the women in Sanction, but not quite. Kit was sizing him up as a warrior. Self-conscious, he stood straighter. He was taller than the boys his age, taller than most men in Solace. The heavy farm labor had built up his muscles. How old are you? Kit asked.
16.
You'd pass for 18, sure. I could teach you what you'd need to know on our way north. Raistlin will be fine here on his own. He's got the house. Your father left it to the two of you, didn't he? Well then, there's nothing stopping you. Caramon might be gullible. He might be thick-headed as his brother often told him he was and slow of thought. But once he'd made up his mind about something, he was as immovable as Prayer's eye peak.
I can't leave Raistlin, Kit.
Kitiara frowned, angry, not accustomed to having her will thwarted. Folding her arms across her chest, she glared at Caramon. Her booted foot tapped irritably on the floor. Caramon, uncomfortable beneath her piercing gaze, ducked his head and whipped the eggs right out of the bowl.
You could talk to Raistlin, Caramon said, his voice muffled by his shirt collar, into which he was speaking. Maybe I spoke out of turn. Maybe he'll want to go.
I'll do that, Kitiara said, her tone sharp. She was pacing the length of the small room. Caramon said nothing more. He dumped what remained of the eggs into a skillet and placed it over the fire. He heard Kit's booted footfalls sound hollowingly on the wood winced at a particularly loud and angry stump. When the eggs were cooked, the two sat down to breakfast in silence. Caramon risked a glance at his sister, saw her regarding him with an affable air, a charming smile. "These eggs are really good," said Kit, spitting out small bits of shell. "Did I ever tell you about the time the bandit tried to stab me in my sleep?" "What you did reminded me of the story. We'd had a hard fight that day and I was dead tired. Well, this bandit..." Caramon listened to this story and to many other exciting adventures during the day. He listened and enjoyed what he heard. Kit was an excellent storyteller. Every so often Caramon would go to the bedroom to check on Raistlin and find him slumbering peacefully. When Caramon returned, he would hear yet another tale of valor, daring, battles fought, victory, and wealth won. He listened and laughed and gasped in all the right places. Caramon knew very well what his sister was trying to do. There could only be one answer. If Raistlin went, Caramon would go. If Raistlin stayed, so did Caramon. That evening Raistlin woke. He was weak, so weak that he couldn't lift his head from the pillow without help. But he was lucid and very much aware of his surroundings. He didn't appear all that surprised to see Kitiara. "I had dreams about you," he said. "Most men do," Kit returned with a grin and a wink. She sat down on the edge of the bed, and while Caramon fed his brother chicken broth, Kitiara made Raistlin the same proposition she'd made Caramon. She wasn't quite as glib, talking to those keen blue, unblinking eyes that looked right through her and out of the other side. "Who is it you work for?" Raistlin asked when Kit had finished. Kitiara shrugged. "People," she said. "And what temple is this, where you would have me work? Dedicated to what god?" "It's not Belzor, that's for sure," Kitiara said with a laugh. When Caramon, spooning broth, tried to say something, Raistlin coldly shushed him. "Thank you, sister," Raistlin said at last, "but I'm not ready." "Ready?" Kit couldn't figure out what he was talking about. "What do you mean, ready? Ready for what?" "You can read, can't you? You can write, can't you? So you don't have any talent for magic. You gave it a good try. It's not important. There are other ways to gain power, I know. I found them." "That's enough, Caramon." Raistlin pushed away the spoon. Wearily, he lay back down on the pillows. "I need to rest." Kit stood up. Hands on her hips, she glared at him. "That addle-pated mother of ours had you wrapped in cotton for fear you'd break. It's time you got out, saw something of the world." "I'm not ready," Raistlin said again and closed his eyes. Kitiara left Soleil's that night. "I'm only making a short trip," she told Caramon, drawing on her leather gloves, "to Qualinesti. Do you know anything about that place?" she asked offhandedly. "Its defenses, how many people live there, that sort of thing?" "I know elves live there," Caramon offered after a moment's profound thought. "Everyone knows that," Kit scoffed. Putting on her cloak, she drew her hood over her head. "When will you be back?" Caramon asked. Kit shrugged. "I can't say. Maybe a year, maybe a month. Maybe never. It depends on how things go." "You're not mad at me, are you, Kit?" Caramon said wistfully. "I wouldn't want you to be mad." No, I'm not mad, just disappointed. You'd have been a great warrior, Caramon. The people I know would have really made something of you. As for Raistlin, he's made a big mistake. He wants power, and I know where he could get it. If you both hang around here, you'll never be anything but a farmer, and he'll be like that fellow Waylon, a coin-puking, rabbit-pulling conjurer, who's the joke of half a solace. It's such a waste. She gave Caramon a slap on the cheek that was meant to be friendly, but which left the red mark of her hand. Opening the door, Kit peered outside, looking in both directions. Caramon couldn't imagine what she was looking for. It was well past midnight. Most of Solace was in bed.
"Goodbye, Kit," he said.
"Goodbye, baby brother." He massaged his stinging cheek and watched her walk off through the moonlit branches of the Valenwood, a black shadow against silver. Raistlin woke to the sound of rain pelting the roof. Thunder rumbled from sky to ground. The Valenwoods shuddered. The dawn was grey, tinged with pink lightning. Rain was falling on the newly dug graves, forming drowning pools around the Valenwood saplings planted at the head of each. He lay on his bed and watched the grey gradually lighten as the storm passed. All was quiet now, except for the incessant drip of water falling on sodden leaves. He lay without moving. Movement took an effort, and he was too tired. His grief had emptied him. If he moved, the dull, aching pain of his loss would flood in on him, and though the emptiness was bad, it wasn't as bad as the pain. He could not feel the bedclothes under him. He could not feel the blanket that covered him. He had no weight or substance. Was this what it was like in that coffin, in that grave, to feel nothing ever again? To know nothing? Life, the world, the people in the world go on, and you know nothing, forever surrounded by a cold and empty silent darkness. Pain burst the levee, surged in to fill the void. Pain and fear, hot burning, welled up inside him. Tears stung his eyelids. He closed his eyes, squeezing them shut, and wept. Wept for himself and for his mother and father, for all those who are born of the darkness, who lift their wondering eyes to the light, feel its warmth on their skin, and who must return again to darkness. He wept silently, so as not to wake Caramon. He did this not so much out of consideration for his brother's weariness as for his own shame at his weakness. The tears ended, leaving him with a bad taste of salt and iron in his mouth, a clogged nose, and a tightness in his throat, which came from muffling his sobs. The bedclothes were damp. His fever must have broken during the night. He had only the vaguest recollection of being sick, a recollection tinged with horror in his fevered dreams. He had become entwined with Rosamond. He was his mother, a shrunken corpse. People stood around the bed, staring down at him. Entomotus, Master Theobald, the widow Judith, Caramon, the dwarf, and the kender Kitiara. He begged and he pleaded with them to give him food and water, but they said he was dead and he didn't need it. He was in constant terror that they would dump him in a coffin and lower him into the ground, into a grave that was Master Theobald's laboratory. Remembering the terrible dreams robbed them of some of their power. The horror lingered, but it was not overwhelming. The wool blanket covering him was rough and chafed his skin. Beneath it, he was wearing nothing. He tossed the blanket aside, weak and tottering from his illness. He stood up. The air was chill, and he shivered, groped hastily for his shirt, which had been flung over the back of a chair. Dragging the shirt on over his head, he thrust his arms into the sleeves, then stood in the middle of the small room and wondered bleakly, what now? There were 2 wooden beds in the room, each bed built into a wall. Raistlin crossed the room to look down on the slumbering form of his twin. Caramon was a late sleeper, a heavy sleeper. Usually he lay easily and comfortably on his back, his big body spread all akimbo, arms flung wide, one leg hanging off the bed, the other bent at the knee, leaning against a wall. Raistlin, by contrast, slept in a tight, huddled ball, his knees drawn up to his chin, his arms hugging his chest. But Caramon's sleep this day was as restless and uneasy as his twin's. Fatigue kept him manacled to his bed. He was so exhausted that not even the most terrifying dreams could jolt his body from sleep. He rolled and tossed, his head jerked back and forth. His pillow lay on the floor along with the blankets. He had twisted the sheet so that it straggled around him like a winding cloth. He muttered and mumbled and panted, tugged at the collar of his nightshirt. His skin was clammy, his hair damp with sweat. He looked so ill that Raistlin, concerned, placed his hand on his brother's forehead to feel if he were running a fever. Caramon's skin was cool. Whatever troubled him was of the mind, not the body. He shuddered at Raistlin's touch and begged, "Don't make me go there, Raist. Don't make me go there." Raistlin brushed aside a lock of the curly, tousled hair that was falling into his brother's eyes and wondered if he should wake him. His brother must have been awake many long nights, and he needed his rest, but this was more like torture than sleep. Raistlin put his hand on his twin's broad shoulder, shook it. "Caramon," he called peremptorily. Caramon's eyes flared wide. He stared at Raistlin and cringed. "Don't leave me, don't leave me. Please." He whimpered and flung himself about on the bed with such violence that he nearly fell on the floor. This was not dreaming. It was vaguely familiar to Raistlin, then suddenly frighteningly familiar. Rosamond. She had been much like this. Perhaps this wasn't sleep. Perhaps this was a trance, similar to the trances into which Rosamond had stumbled and never to find her way back out. Caramon had not previously evinced any signs that he had inherited his mother's fey talent. He was her son, however, and her blood, with all its strange fancies, ran in his veins. His body was weakened by the nights of wakeful watching, tending his sick brother. His mind was upset by the tragic loss of his beloved father. Then he had been forced to stand by helplessly and watch his mother dwindle away. With the body's defenses lowered, the mind's defenses confused and overwhelmed, his soul was laid bare and vulnerable. It might well retreat into dark regions never known to exist, there to find refuge from the battering armies of life. What if I lose Caramon? I would be alone without family or friend. For Raistlin could not count on Kitiara's family, nor did he want to. Her crudeness and her untamed animal nature disgusted him. That's what he told himself. In reality, he feared her. He foresaw that someday there would be a power struggle between them, and alone he was not certain that he was strong enough to withstand her. As for friends, on this point, he could not delude himself. He had none. His friends were not his friends at all. They were Caramon's. Caramon was often irritating, often annoying. His slow thought processes frustrated his quicker thinking twin, who was at times tempted to grab hold of Caramon and shake him on the faint hope that a sensible thought might accidentally tumble out. But now, faced with the possibility of losing his brother, Raistlin looked into the void where Caramon had been and realized how much he would miss him, and not just for companionship, or to have someone strong on which to lean. Mentally speaking, Caramon was not a brilliant swordman, but he was a good fencing partner. Besides, Caramon was the only person Raistlin had ever known who could come close to making him laugh. Shadow puppets on the wall, ridiculous rabbits. Caramon! Raistlin shook his brother again. Caramon only moaned and raised his hands as if warding off some blow. No, Raist, I don't have it. I swear I don't have it. Frightened, Raistlin wondered what to do. He left the bedroom, went in search of his sister, with some idea of sending Kit out to fetch weird Megan. But Kitiara was gone. Her pack was gone. She must have left during the night. Raistlin stood in the parlor of the silent house, the two silent house. Kitiara had packed all Rosamond's clothes and possessions away in a wooden chest, stowed it under the bed. His mother's rocking chair remained, however, the only one of her possessions that Kit had not removed, mainly because there was a shortage of chairs in the house as it was. Rosamond's presence lingered like the fragrance of faded rose petals. The very emptiness, the lack of her, recalled his mother vividly to his mind, too vividly. Rosamond sat in the chair, rocking. She rocked leisurely back and forth, her dress rustling. The toes of her small feet, encased in soft leather shoes, lightly touched the floor and then slid beneath her dress when the chair rocked backward. Her head and her gaze remained level, her lips smiling at Raistlin. He stared, willing with an aching heart for this to be true, even as a part of him knew it wasn't. Rosamond ceased rocking, rose from the chair with grace and ease. He was conscious of sweet fragrance as she passed near him, a fragrance of roses. In the next room, his brother gave a fearful yell, a horrible scream, as though he were being burned alive. The scent of roses in his nostrils, Raistlin searched the room, found what he sought. A dish of dried and withered rose petals had been placed on a table to sweeten the sickness-tainted air. He dipped his hand into the dish and carried the rose petals into the bedroom. Caramon clutched the sides of the bed, his hands white-knuckled. The bed shook beneath him. His eyes were wide open, staring at some horror visible only to himself. Raistlin had no need to refer to his primer for the wording the spell. The words were etched into his brain with a fire, and like a wildfire racing across parched grass, so the magic raced from his brain down his spine, burned through every nerve, inflamed him. He crushed the rose petals, strewed them over his brother's tormented form. Asta sarak sinulalang timular. Caramon's eyelids fluttered. He gave a great sigh, shuddered, then his eyes closed. He lay for a moment, flattened on the bed, not breathing, and Raistlin knew a fear unlike any he'd ever previously experienced. He thought his twin was dead. "Caramon," Raistlin whispered. "Don't leave me, Caramon, don't." His hands gently brushed the rose petals from Caramon's still face. Caramon drew a breath, long, deep, and easy. He let that breath go and then drew another, his chest rising and falling. His face smoothed. The dreams had not cut too deep, had not left their chisel mark upon him. The lines of weariness, grief, and sorrow would soon fade away, ripples on the surface of his customary genial tranquillity. Weak with relief, Raistlin sank down beside his brother's bed, rested his head in his hands. It was only then, his eyes closed, seeing nothing but darkness, that Raistlin realized what he had done. Caramon was asleep. "I cast a spell," Raistlin said inwardly. "The magic worked for me." The fire of the spell casting flickered and died out, leaving him weak and shaking so that he could not stand. Yet Raistlin knew such joy as he'd never known in his life. "Thank you," Raistlin whispered, his fists clenched, his nails digging into his flesh. He saw again the eye, white, red, black, regarding him with satisfaction. "I won't fail you," he repeated over and over. "I won't fail." The eye blinked. A tiny pinprick of concern, of jealous doubt, jabbed him. Had Caramon fallen into a trance? Was it possible that he had likewise inherited the magic? Raistlin opened his eyes, stared hard and long at his slumbering brother. Caramon lay on his back, one arm flopped over the edge of the bed, the other across his forehead. His mouth was open. He gave a prodigious snore. He never looked more foolish. "I was mistaken," Raistlin said, and he pushed himself to his feet. "It was a bad dream, nothing more." He smiled scornfully at himself. How could I have ever imagined that this great oaf would inherit the magic? Raistlin left the room on tiptoe, moving quietly so as not to disturb his brother, and shut the door to their room softly behind him. Entering the parlor, Raistlin sat down in his mother's rocking chair, and rocking gently back and forth, he revelled fully in his triumph. Caramon slept that day through and on into the night. The next day he woke, recalled nothing of his dreams, was amused and even skeptical to hear his twin describe them. "Pooh, Raist," Caramon said, "you know I never dream." Raistlin did not argue. He himself was gaining strength rapidly, was strong enough to sit at the kitchen table that morning with his brother. The day was warm. A soft breeze carried sounds of women's voices calling and laughing. It was laundry day, and the women were hanging their wet clothes among the leaves to dry. The early autumn sunshine filtered through the changing leaves, casting shadows that flitted around the kitchen like birds. The twins ate breakfast in silence. There was much they had to talk about, much they needed to discuss and settle, but that could wait. Raistlin touched each moment that passed, held each moment cupped in his mind until it slipped away through his fingers to be replaced by another. The past and all its sorrow was behind him. He would never turn around to look back. The future, with its promise and its fears, lay ahead of him, shone warm on his face like the sunshine, darkened his face like the shadows. At this moment, he was suspended between past and future, floating free. Outside, a bird whistled. Another answered. 2 young women let fall a wet sheet onto one of the town's guardsmen, who was walking his beat on the ground below. The sheet enveloped him, to judge by his muffled, good-natured cursing. The young women giggled and protested that it was an accident. They ran down the stairs to reclaim their linen and spent a few pleasant moments flirting with the handsome guard.
Raistlin, said Caramon, speaking reluctantly, as if he too were under the spell of the sun, the breeze, the laughter, and the loath to break it. We have to decide what to do.
Raistlin couldn't see his brother's face for the sunshine. He was sensible of Caramon's presence, sitting in the chair opposite, strong and solid and reassuring. Raistlin remembered the fear he'd experienced when he had thought Caramon was dead. Affection for his brother welled up inside him, stung his eyelids. Raistlin drew back out of the sun, blinking rapidly to clear his vision. The moments had begun to slide by faster and faster, no longer his to touch. What are our options? Raistlin asked. Caramon shifted his bulk in his chair.
Well, we turned down going with Kit.
He let that hang a moment, silently asking if his twin might reconsider. Yes, Raistlin said, a note of finality.
Caramon cleared his throat and went on. Lady Brightblade offered to take us in and give us a home.
Lady Brightblade, said Raistlin with a snicker.
She's the wife of a Solamnic knight, Caramon pointed out defensively.
So she claims.
Come on, Raist.
Caramon was fond of Anna Brightblade, who had always been very kind to him.
She showed me a book with her family coats of arms. And she acts like a noble lady, Raist.
How would you know how a noble lady acts, my brother? Caramon thought this over.
Well, she acts like what I imagine a noble lady would act like. Like the noble ladies in those stories.
He fell silent, left his sentence unfinished except in the minds of both twins. Like those stories Mother used to tell us. To speak of her aloud was to invoke her ghost, which remained inside the house. Guylan, on the other hand, had departed. He had never been there much in the first place, and all he left behind was a vague, pleasant memory. Caramon missed his father, but already Raistlin was having to work to remember that Guylan was gone. I do care to have Sturm Brightblade as a brother, Raistlin commented. Master, my honor is my life. He's so smug and arrogant, parading his virtue up and down the streets, making a show of righteousness. It's enough to make one's puke.
Oh, Sturm's not so bad, Caramon said. He's had a rough time of it. At least we know how our father died.
He added somberly.
Sturm doesn't even know if his father is dead or alive.
If he's that worried, why doesn't he go back and find out the truth? Raistlin said impatiently. He's certainly old enough.
He can't leave his mother. He promised his father the night before they fled that he'd take care of his mother, and he's bound by that promise. When the mob attacked their castle, Raistlin snorted, they barely escaped with their lives. Sturm's father sent him and his mother out into the night with an escort of retainers. He told them to travel to Solace, where he would join them when he could. That was the last they heard of him. The knights must have done something to provoke the attack. People just don't suddenly take it into their heads to storm a well-fortified keep. Sturm says there are strange people moving into the north, into Solamnia. Evil people who want only to foment trouble for the knights, drive them out so that they can move in and seize control. And who are these unknown evildoers? Raistlin asked caustically. He doesn't know, but he thinks they have something to do with the old gods. Caramon replied, shrugging. Indeed. Raistlin was suddenly thoughtful, recalling Kithera's offer, her talk of powerful gods. He was also thinking back to his own experience with the gods, an experience he had wondered about since. Had it really happened? Or had it happened because he wanted it so much? Caramon had spilled some water on the table, and now he was damming up with his knife and fork, trying to divert the course of the tiny river so that it wouldn't drip onto the floor. He was busy with this as he spoke and did not look at his brother. I said no. She wouldn't have let you go on with your schooling. What are you talking about? Raistlin asked sharply, looking up. Who wouldn't let me go on with my schooling? Lady Brightblade. She said that, did she? Yeah. Caramon answered. He added a spoon to the dam. It's nothing against you, Raist, he added, looking up to see his brother's thin face grow hard and cold. The Solamnic Knights think that magic users are outside the natural order of things. They never use wizards in battle according to what Sturm says. Wizards lack discipline and they're too independent. We like to think for ourselves, Raistlin said, and not blindly obey some fool commander who may or may not have a brain in his head. Yet they say, he added, that Magus fought at the side of Huma, and that he was Huma's dearest friend. I know about Huma, Caramon said, glad to change the subject. Sturm told me stories about him and how long ago he fought the Queen of Darkness and banished all the dragons. But I never heard of this Magus. No doubt the knights would like to forget that part of the tale. Just as Huma was one of the greatest warriors of all time, so Magus was one of the greatest wizards. During a battle fought against the forces of Takhisis, Magus was separated from Huma's side. The wizard fought on alone, surrounded by the enemy, until wounded and exhausted he could no longer summon the strength to cast his magic. That was in the days when wizards were not allowed to carry any weapon other than their magic. Magus was captured alive and dragged back to the Dark Queen's camp. They tortured him for 3 days and 3 nights, trying to force him to reveal the location of Huma's encampment, so they could send assassins to kill the knight. Magus died, never revealing the truth. It was said that when Huma received the news of Magus's death and learned how he had died, he grieved so for his friend that his men thought they might lose him as well.
Hume ordered that, from then on, wizards would be permitted to carry one small-bladed weapon to be used as a last defense if their magic failed them. This we do in the name of mages to this day.
That's a great story,
Caramon said, so impressed he let his river overflow. He went to fetch a cloth to wipe up the water.
I'll have to tell that to Sturm.
You do that, Raistlin said wryly. I'll be interested to hear what he has to say. He watched Caramon clean the floor, then said, We have chosen not to join forces with our sister. We've decided that we do not want to be taken under the wing of a noble Salamnic lady. What do you suggest we do?
I say we live right here, Raist,
Caramon answered steadily. He stood up from his mopping. Hands on his hips, he surveyed the house as if he were a potential buyer.
The house is ours, free and clear. Father built it himself. He didn't leave any debts. We don't owe anybody anything. Your school's paid for. We don't have to worry about that. I earn enough working for Farmer Sedge to keep us in food and clothes.
It will be lonely for you when I'm gone in the winter, Raistlin observed.
Caramon shrugged. I can always stay with the Sedges. I do sometimes anyway if the snow blocks the road. Or I can stay with Sturm or some of our other friends.
Raistlin sat silent, brooding, frowning.
What's the matter, Raist? Caramon asked uneasily. Don't you think it's a good plan?
I think it's an excellent plan, my brother. I don't feel right about you supporting me. However,
Caramon's worried expression eased. What does it matter? What's mine is yours, Raist. You know that.
It does matter to me, Raistlin returned. Very much. I must do something to pay my share. Caramon gave the matter serious thought for about 3 minutes, but apparently that process hurt, for he began rubbing his head and said he thought it must be about time for lunch. He left to go rummage in the larder while Raistlin considered what he might do to add to their upkeep. He was not strong enough for farm labor, nor did he have the time for any other job with his studies. His schooling now meant more than anything, was doubly important. Every spell he learned added to his knowledge and to his power. Power over others. He remembered Caramon, strong and muscular, falling into deep slumber, lying comatose at the command of his weaker brother. Raistlin smiled. Returning with a loaf of bread and a crock of honey, Caramon placed an empty vial down in front of his brother.
This belongs to that old crone, Weird Megan. It had some sort of tree juice in it. Kid gave it to you to bring your fever down. I should probably return that to her, he said reluctantly, adding in an awed tone. Do you know, Raist, she's got a wolf that sleeps on her doorstep, under her doorstoop, and a human head sitting right smack on her kitchen table.
Weird Megan. An idea stirred in Raistlin's mind. He lifted the vial, opened it, sniffed. Elixir of willow bark. He could make that easily enough. Other herbs in his garden could be used for cures as well. He now had the power to cast minor magics. People would pay good steel if he could ease a colicky baby into sleep, bring down a man's fever, or cause an itchy rash to disappear. Raistlin fingered the vial. I'll return this myself. You needn't come if you don't want to.
I'm coming, Caramon said firmly. Where did she get that skull, eh? Just ask yourself that. I wouldn't want to walk in and see your head in her dining room. You and me, Raist. From now on, we stick together. We're all each other's got.
Not quite all, my dear brother, Raistlin said softly. His hand went to the small leather bag he wore at his waist, a bag containing his spell components. It held only dried rose petals now, but soon it would hold more, much more. Not quite all. Book 4. Who wants or needs any god at all? I certainly don't. No divine force controls my life, and that's the way I like it. I choose my own destiny. I'm a slave to no man. Why should I be a slave to a god and let some priest or cleric tell me how to live? Kitjar Uth Matar. 2 years passed. Spring's gentle rains and summer's sunshine caused the Valenwood saplings on the Gravix site to straighten, sending forth green shoots. Raistlin spent winters at the school. He added another elementary spell, a spell he could use to determine if an object might be magical to his spellbook. Caramon spent the winters working in the stables, the summers working at farmers' sedges. Caramon wasn't home much during the winter. The house was lonely without his brother, and gave him the creeps. When Raistlin returned, however, the two lived there almost constantly. That spring brought the customary May Day festival, one of Solis's largest celebrations. A huge fair was set up in a large area of cleared land on the town's southern borders. Free at last to travel, now that the winter thaw had cleared the roads, merchants came from all parts of Ansalon eager to sell the wares they had spent all winter making. The taciturn, savage-looking plainsmen traders were first to arrive, coming from villages with outlandish barbaric names such as Quete and Quekiri, clad in animals' skins, decorated with uncouth ornaments said to honor their ancestors, whom they worshipped. The plainsmen held themselves aloof from the other inhabitants of the region, though they took their steel readily enough. Their claypots were much prized. Their hand-woven blankets were extraordinarily beautiful. Some of their other goods, such as the bead-decorated skulls of small animals, were coveted by the children, to the shock and dismay of their parents. Dwarves, well-dressed, wearing gold chains around their necks, traveled from their underground realm of Thorbarden. 152, bringing with them the metal work for which they were famous, displaying everything from pots and pans to axes, bracers, and daggers. These Thorbarden dwarves sparked the first incident of the fair season. The Thorbarden dwarves were in the inn of the last home, partaking of Otik's ale, when they began to make disparaging comments regarding that ale, which they maintained was far below their own high standards. A local hill dwarf took exception to these comments on Otik's behalf, added a few of his own relevant to the fact that a mountain dwarf wouldn't know a good glass of ale if it was poured over his head, which it subsequently was. Several elves from Qualinesti, who had brought with them some exquisite gold and silver jewelry, maintained that the dwarves were all a pack of brutes worse than humans, who were bad enough. A brawl ensued. The gods were summoned. The Solis residents took the side of the hill dwarf. The flustered Otik not wanting to lose customers, was on both sides at the same time. He thought that perhaps the ale might not be up to his usual high standards. Was forced to admit that the Thorbarden gentleman might be right on that point. On the other hand, Flint Fireforge was an exceptional judge of ale, having tasted a great deal of it in his time, and Otik felt called upon to bow to his expertise. Eventually, it was determined that if the hill dwarf would apologize to the mountain dwarves, and the mountain dwarves would apologize to Otik, the entire incident would be forgotten. The leader of the Thorbarden dwarves, wiping blood from his nose, stated in sourly tones that the ale was drinkable. The hill dwarf, massaging a bruised jaw, mumbled that a mountain dwarf might indeed know something of ale, having spent enough nights on the barroom floor lying face first in it. The Thorbarden dwarf didn't like the sound of that, though it might be another insult. At this juncture, Otik hastily offered a free round to everyone in the bar to celebrate their newfound friendship. No dwarf alive has ever turned down free ale. Both sides went back to their seats, each group convinced that their side had won. Otik gathered up the broken chairs, the barmaids picked up the broken crockery, the guards drank a glass in honor of the innkeeper. The elves looked down their long noses at the lot of them, and the incident ended. Raistlin and Caramon heard about the fight the next day, and they shoved their way through the crowds, milling among the booths and tents.
I wished I'd been there.
Caramon gave a gusty sigh and clenched his large fist. Raistlin said nothing. He hadn't been paying attention. He was studying the flow of the crowds, trying to determine where would be the most advantageous place to establish himself. At length, he settled on a spot located at the convergence of two aisles. A lace maker from Haven was across from him on one side, and a wine merchant from Pax Tharkus on the other. Placing a large wooden bowl in front of a nearby stump, Raistlin gave Caramon his instructions. Walk to the end of this row, turn around, and stroll back. You're a farmer's son in town for the day, remember. When you come up to me, stop and stare and point and create a commotion. Once a crowd begins to form around me, move to the outside of the circle and catch people as they walk past. Urge them to take a look. Got that?
You bet,
Caramon said, grinning. He was enjoying himself immensely. And when I ask for a volunteer from the crowd, you know what you must do. Caramon nodded.
Say, I've never seen you before in my life, and there's nothing at all in that box.
Don't overreact, Raistlin cautioned.
No, I won't. You can count on me,
Caramon promised. Raistlin had his doubts, but there was nothing more he could do to alleviate them. He had rehearsed Caramon the night before, and he could only hope his twin would remember his lines. Caramon departed, heading for the end of the row as he'd been directed. He was almost immediately waylaid by a stout little man in a garish red waistcoat who drew Caramon toward a tent, promising that inside the tent Caramon could see the epitome of female beauty, a woman renowned from here to the Blood Sea who was going to perform the ritual mating dance of the Northern Ergothians, a dance that was said to drive men into a frenzy. Caramon could witness this fabulous sight for only 2 steel pieces.
Really?
Caramon craned his neck, trying to sneak a peek through the tent flap. Caramon! His brother's voice snapped across the back of his neck. Caramon jumped guiltily and veered off, much to the chagrin of the stout little man, who cast Raistlin a baleful look before catching hold of another yokel and resuming his spiel. Raistlin positioned the wooden bowl so that it showed to best advantage, dropped a steel piece inside to prime the pump, then laid out his equipment at his feet. He had balls for juggling, coins that would appear inside people's ears, a remarkable length of rope that could be cut and made perfectly whole again in an instant, silken scarves that would flow wondrously from his mouth, and a brightly painted box from which would emerge a peeved and dishevelled rabbit. He wore white robes, which he had laboriously sewn himself out of an old bedsheet. The worn spots were covered with stars and moon faces, red and black. No true wizard would have been caught dead wearing such an outlandish get-up, but the general public didn't know any better, and the bright colors attracted attention. The juggling balls in his hands, Raistlin mounted the stump and began to perform. The multicolored balls, toys from his and Caramon's childhood spun in his deft fingers, flashed through the air. Immediately several children ran over to watch, dragging their parents with them. Caramon arrived to loudly exclaim over the wonders he was witnessing. More people came to watch and to marvel. Coins clinked in the wooden bowl. Raistlin began to enjoy himself. Although he was not performing real magic, he was casting a spell over these people. The enchantment was helped by the fact that they wanted to believe in him, were ready to believe in him. He liked the admiration of the children especially, perhaps because he remembered himself at that age, remembered his own awe and wonder, remembered where that awe and wonder had led. "Wow, would you look at that?" cried a shrill voice from the crowd. "Did you really swallow all those scarves? Doesn't it tickle when they come out?" At first Raistlin thought the voice belonged to a child. Then he noticed the Kandor, dressed in bright green pants, a yellow shirt, and an orange vest, with an extremely long topknot of hair. The Kandor surged forward to the front of the crowd, which parted nervously at his coming, everyone clutching his purse. The Kandor stood in front of Raistlin, regarding him with open-mouthed admiration. Raistlin cast an alarmed glance at Caramon, who hurried over to stand protectively beside the wooden bowl that held their money. The Kandor seemed familiar to Raistlin, but then Kandor are so appallingly different from normal people that they all look alike to the untrained eye. Raistlin thought it wise to distract the Kandor from the wooden bowl. He did this by first extracting one of his juggling balls from the Kandor's pouch, then causing a shower of coins to fall from the Kandor's nose, much to the diminutive spectators' wild delight and mystification. The audience, quite a large audience now, applauded. Coins clinked into the bowl. Raistlin was taking a bow when, "For shame!" a voice cried. Raistlin rose from his bow to look directly into the face, the blotchy, vein-popping, infuriated face of his schoolmaster. "For shame!" Master Theobald cried again. He leveled a quivering, accusing finger at his pupil. "Making an exhibition of yourself before the masses!" Conscious of the watching crowd, Raistlin tried to maintain his composure, though hot blood rushed to his face. "I know that you disapprove, master, but I must earn my living the best way I know how." "Excuse me, master, sir, but you're blocking my view," said the Kender politely, and when he reached up to tug at the sleeve of the man's white robe to gain his attention. The Kender was short, and Master Theobald was shouting and waving his arms, which undoubtedly explains how the Kender missed the sleeves and ended up tugging on the pouch of spell components hanging from the master's belt. "I've heard how you've been earning your living," Master Theobald countered, "consorting with that witch woman, using weeds to fool the gullible into thinking they've been healed. I came here on purpose to see for myself because I could not believe the stories were true." "Do you really know a witch?" asked the Kender eagerly, looking up from the pouch of spell components. "Would you have me starve, master?" Raistlin demanded. "You should beg in the streets before you prostitute your art and make a mockery of me in my school," Master Theobald cried. He reached out his hand to drag Raistlin down from the stump. "Touch me, sir," Raistlin spoke with quiet menace, "and you will regret it." Theobald glowered. "Do you dare to threaten—" "Hey, little fella," Caramon cried, lumbering in between the two. "Toss that pouch over here." "Goblin ball," shouted the Kender. "You're the goblin," he informed Master Theobald, and sent the pouch whizzing over the mage's head. "This is yours, wizard?" Caramon teased, capering and waving the pouch in front of Theobald's face. "Is it?" Master Theobald recognized the pouch, clapped his hand to his belt, where the pouch should be hanging. Blue veins popped out on his forehead, his face flushed a deeper red. "Give that to me, you hooligan!" he cried. "Down the middle!" yelled the Kender, making an end sweep around the master. Caramon tossed the pouch. The Kender caught it, amidst laughter and cheers from the crowd, who were finding the game even more entertaining than the magic. Raistlin stood on the stump, coolly watching the proceedings, a half-smile on his lips. The Kender reached up to throw a long pass back to Caramon when suddenly the pouch was plucked out of the Kender's hand. "What the—" The Kender looked up in astonishment. "I'll take that," said a stern voice. A tall man in his early 20s, with eyes as blue as Solamnic skies, long hair worn in an old-fashioned single braid down his back, took hold of the pouch. His face was serious and stern, for he was raised to believe that life was serious and stern, bound with rules whose rigid iron bars could never be bent or dislodged. Stern Brightblade closed the pouch's drawstrings, dusted off the pouch, and handed it with a formal bow to the furious mage. "Thank you," said Master Theobald stiffly. Snatching back the pouch, he thrust it safely up his long flowing sleeve. He cast a baleful glance at the Kender, and then, turning, he coldly regarded Raistlin. "You will either leave this place, or you will leave my school. Which is it to be, young man?" Raistlin glanced at the wooden bowl. They had quite enough money for the time being anyway, and in the future. What the master did not know
would not hurt him. Raistlin would simply have to be circumspect. With an appearance of humility, Raistlin stepped down from the stump. "I'm sorry, master," said Raistlin contritely. "It won't happen again." "I should hope not," said Master Theobald stiffly. He departed in a state of high dudgeon that would only increase upon his return home to find that most of his spell components, to say nothing of his steel pieces, had disappeared, and not by magic. The crowd began to drift away, most of them quite satisfied, having seen a show well worth a steel coin or two. Soon the only people remaining around the stump were Sturm, Caramon, Raistlin, and the Candor. "Oh, Sturm," Caramon sighed. "You spoil the fun." "Fun?" Sturm frowned. "That was Raistlin's schoolmaster you were tormenting, wasn't it?" "Yes, but—" "Excuse me," said the Candor, shoving his way forward to talk to Raistlin. "Could you pull the rabbit out of the box again?" "Raistlin should treat his master with more respect," Sturm was saying. "Or make the coins come out of my nose," the Candor persisted. "I didn't know I had coins up my nose. You think I would have sneezed or something? Here, I'll shove this one up there and—" Raistlin removed the coin from the Candor's hand. "Don't do that. You'll hurt yourself. Besides, this is our money." "Is it? You must have dropped it." The Candor held out his hand. "How do you do? My name is Tasselhoff Barefoot. What's yours?" Raistlin was prepared to coldly rebuff the Candor, the Candor, no human in full possession of his sanity, who wanted to keep firm hold on such sanity, would ever willingly associate with a Candor. Raistlin recalled the stupefied look on Master Theobald's face when he had seen his precious spell components in the hands of a Candor. Smiling at the memory, feeling that he was in the Candor's depth, Raistlin gravely accepted the proffered hand. Not only that, but he introduced the Candor to the others. "This is my brother, Caramon, and his friend, Sturmbrideblade." Sturm appeared extremely reluctant to shake hands with a Candor, but they had been formally introduced, and he could not avoid the handshake without appearing impolite. "Hi there, little fella," Caramon said, good-naturedly shaking hands, his own large hand completely engulfing the Candor's and causing Tasselhoff to wince slightly. "I don't like to mention this, Caramon," said the Candor solemnly, "since we've only just been introduced, but it's very rude to keep commenting on a person's size. For instance, you wouldn't like it very much if I called you Beer Barrel Belly, would you?" The name was so funny and the scene was so ludicrous, a mosquito scolding a bear, that Raistlin began to laugh. He laughed until he was weak from exertion and was forced to sit down on the stump. Pleased and amazed to see his brother in such a good humor, Caramon burst out in a loud guffaw and clapped the Candor on the back, kindly picked him up afterward. "Come on, my brother," said Raistlin. "We should gather our belongings and start for home. The fairgrounds will be closing soon. It was very good meeting you, Tasselhoff Barefoot," he added with sincerity. "I'll help," offered Tasselhoff, darting eager glances at the many-colored balls, the brightly painted box. "Thanks, but we can manage," Caramon said hurriedly, retrieving the rabbit just as it was disappearing into one of the Candor's pouches. Sturm removed several of the silk scarves from the Candor's pocket. "You should be more careful of your possessions," Tasselhoff felt called upon to point out. "It's a good thing I was here to find them. I'm glad I was. You really are
A wonderful magician, Raistlin. May I call you Raistlin? Thanks. And I'll call you Caramon if you'll call me Tasselhoff, which is my name. Only my friends call me Tass, which you can too, if you like. And I'll call you Sturm. Are you a knight? I was in Solamnia once and saw lots of knights. They all had mustaches like yours, only more of it, the mustache, I mean. Yours is a bit scrawny right now, but I can see you're working on it.
Thank you, Sturm said, stroking his new mustache self-consciously. The brothers started moving through the crowd, heading toward the exit. Saying that he'd seen all he cared to see for the day, Tasselhoff accompanied them. Not caring to be seen in public in company with a Kandar, Sturm had been about to take his leave of them when the Kandar mentioned Solamnia. "Have you truly been there?" he asked.
"I've been all over Ansalon," said Tass proudly. "Solamnia's a very nice place. I'll tell you all about it if you'd like. Say, I have an idea. Why don't you come home with me for supper? All of you. Flint won't mind."
"Who's Flint? Your wife?" Caramon asked. Tasselhoff hooted.
"My wife? Wait till I tell him. No, Flint's a dwarf and my very best friend in all the world. And I'm his best friend, no matter what he says. Except for maybe Dennis Halfhaven, who is another friend of his. Another friend of mine. Only he's not here right now. He's gone to Qualinesti, where the elves live."
Tass stopped talking at this juncture, but only because he'd run out of breath.
"I remember now," exclaimed Raistlin, coming to a halt. "I knew you looked familiar. You were there when Guylan died, you and the dwarf and the half-elf." He paused a moment, eyeing the Kandar thoughtfully, then said, "Thank you, Tasselhoff. We accept your invitation to supper."
"We do?" Caramon looked startled.
"Yes, my brother," said Raistlin. "You'll come too, won't you?" Tasselhoff asked Sturm eagerly.
Sturm was stroking his mustache. "My mother is expecting me at home, but I don't believe she'll mind if I join my friends. I'll stop by and tell her where I'm going. What part of Solamnia did you visit?"
"I'll show you." Tasselhoff reached around to a pouch he wore on his back. The Kandar was festooned with pouches and bags. He pulled out a map. "I do love maps, don't you? Would you mind holding that corner? There's Tarsus by the sea. I've never been there, but I hope to go someday when Flint doesn't need my help so much, which he does dreadfully right now. You wouldn't believe the trouble he gets into if I'm not there to keep an eye on things. Yes, that's Solamnia. They have awfully fine jails there."
The two continued walking, the tall Sturm bent to study the map, Tasselhoff pointing out various places of interest. "Sturm's taken leave of his senses," said Caramon. "That Kandar's probably never been anywhere near Solamnia. They all lie like Kandar. And now you've got us eating supper with one of them and a dwarf? It's not proper. We should stick to our own kind, Father says."
"Not anymore, he doesn't," Raistlin interrupted. Caramon paled and lapsed into an unhappy silence. Raistlin laid his hand on his brother's arm in silent apology. "We cannot stay cooped up forever in our home, wrapped..." Okay, so from here the text, there's an error and it skips some part, so I will just continue on.
I think this part is a story of how Tasselhoff met Flint. On this particular day, Flint was inside his stone house attempting to make some sense of the disorder in which he lived. Disorder was a constant state of affairs ever since the Candor had moved in. Okay, so they're just switching to his point of view, I guess. The two unlikely roommates had met on market day. Flint was showing his wares, and Tasselhoff, passing through town on his way to anywhere interesting, had stopped at the dwarf's stall to admire a very fine bracelet. What happened next is subject to who tells the story. According to Tas, he picked up the bracelet to try it on, discovered it fit perfectly, and was going off in search of someone to ask the price. According to Flint, he came out of the back of the booth after a refreshing nip of ale to find Tasselhoff and the bracelet both disappearing rapidly into the crowd. Flint nabbed the Candor, who loudly and shrilly proclaimed his innocence. People stopped to watch, not to buy, just to watch. Tanis Half-Elven, arriving on the scene, broke up the altercation, dispersed the crowd, reminding the dwarf in low tones that such scenes were bad for business. Tanis persuaded Flint that he didn't really want to see the Candor hung from the nearest Valen wood by his thumbs. Tasselhoff magnanimously accepted the dwarf's apology, which Flint couldn't recall ever having made. That evening, the Candor had showed up on Flint's doorstep, along with a jug of excellent brandy, which Tasselhoff claimed to have purchased at the inn of the last home, and which he had brought the dwarf by way of a peace offering. The next afternoon, Flint had awakened with a hammer-pounding headache to find the Candor firmly ensconced in the guest bedroom. Nothing Flint did or said could induce Tasselhoff to leave. "I've heard tell that Candor are afflicted with, what do they call it? Wanderlust? That's it, wanderlust. I suppose you'll be coming down with that soon," the dwarf had hinted. "Nope, not me." Tas had been emphatic. "I've gone through that already. Outgrown it, you might say. I'm ready to settle down. Isn't that lucky? You really do need someone to look after bed. What kind of doorknob would put on a tea kettle under the... Oh, you did. Well, isn't that odd? I wonder how it got there. Perhaps it's magic. A magic tea kettle." "Speaking of magic, Flint, these are some new friends of mine." Oh, sorry, this is again, it's confusing who's saying what. "Speaking of magic, Flint, these are some new friends of mine. Mind your head, Caramon. You're much too tall for our door." So I guess now they arrived at Flint's home. That's why something wrong with the text. "This is Raistlin and his brother Caramon. They're twins, Flint. Isn't that interesting? They look sort of alike, especially if you turn them sideways. Turn sideways, Caramon, and you too, Raistlin, so that Flint can see. And that's my new friend, Sternbrightblade. He's a knight of Salamnia. They're staying to dinner, Flint. I hope we've got enough to eat." Tas concluded at this point, swelling with pride, and the two lungfuls of air required for such a long speech. Flint eyed the size of Caramon and hoped they had enough to eat as well. The dwarf was in a bit of a quandary. The moment they stepped across his threshold, the young men were guests in his house, and by dwarven custom, that meant they were to be treated with the same hospitality he would have given the thanes of his clan.
Had those gentlemen ever happened to pay Flint a visit, an occurrence which was highly unlikely. Flint was not particularly fond of humans, however, especially young ones. Humans were changeable and impetuous, prone to acting rashly and impulsively, and, in the dwarf's mind, dangerously. Some dwarven scholars attributed these characteristics to the human's short lifespan, but Flint held that was only an excuse. Humans, to his way of thinking, were simply addled. Addled meaning funny in the head. The dwarf fell back on an old ploy, one that always worked well for him when confronted by human visitors.
"Well, I'd be very pleased if you could stay to dinner," said the dwarf. "But as you can see, we don't have a single chair that will fit you."
"I'll borrow off some," offered Tasselhoff, heading for the door, only to be stopped short by the tremendous cry of "No!" that burst simultaneously from 4 throats. Flint mopped his face with his beard. A vision of these suddenly cheerless people of Soleil's descending on him in droves caused him to break out in a cold sweat. "Please do not trouble yourself," said Sturm, with that cursed formal politeness typical of Salamnic knights. "I do not mind sitting on the floor."
"I can sit here," Caramon offered, dragging over a wooden chest and plopping down on it. His weight caused the hand-carved chest to creak alarmingly.
"You have a chair that would fit Raistlin," Tasselhoff reminded him. "It's in your bedroom. You know, the one we always use whenever Tanis comes over to... Why are you making those faces at me? Do you have something in your eye? Let me look."
"Get away from me!"
Flint roared. His face flushed red. The dwarf fumbled in his pocket for the key to the bedroom. He always kept the door locked, changed a lock at least once a week. This didn't stop the Kender from entering, but at least it slowed him down some. Stumping into the bedroom, Flint dragged out the chair that he saved for the use of his friend, and kept hidden the rest of the time. Positioning the chair, the dwarf took a good hard look at his visitors. The young man called Raistlin was thin, much too thin, as far as the dwarf was concerned, and the cloak he was wearing was threadbare and not at all suited to keep out the autumn chill. He was shivering. His lips were pale with the cold. The dwarf felt a bit ashamed for his lack of hospitality.
"Here you go,"
he said. Positioning the chair near the fire, he added gruffly,
"You seem a bit cold, lad. Sit down and warm yourself, and you," he glowered at the Kender, "if you want to make yourself useful, go to Otix and buy, mind you, a jug of his apple cider."
"I'll be back with 2 shakes of a lamb's tail," Taz promised. "But why 2 shakes? Why not 3? And do lambs even have tails? I don't see how."
Flint slammed the door on him. Raistlin had taken his seat, edged the chair even closer to the fire. Blue eyes of a startling clarity regarded the dwarf with an intense gravity that made Flint extremely uncomfortable. "It is not necessary for you to give us dinner," Raistlin began.
"It isn't?"
exclaimed Caramon, dismayed.
"What we'd come here for, then?"
His twin flashed him a look that caused the bigger youth to squirm uncomfortably and duck his head. Raistlin turned back to Flint. "The reason we came is this. My brother and I wanted to thank you in person for speaking up for us against that woman." He refused to dignify her with a name. "At our father's funeral."
Now Flint recalled how he knew these youngsters. Oh, he'd seen them around town since they were old enough to be underfoot, but he had forgotten this particular connection.
I was nothing special, protested the dwarf, embarrassed at being thanked. The woman was daft. Belzor.
Flint snorted.
What god worth his beard would go all around calling himself by the name Belzor? I was sorry to hear about your mother, lads,
he added more kindly. Raistlin made no response to that, dismissed it with a flicker of his eyelids. You mentioned the name Reorx. I have been doing some studying, and I find that Reorx is a name for a god that your people once worshipped.
Maybe it is,
said Flint, smoothing his beard and eyeing the young man mistrustfully.
Though I don't know why a human book should be taking an interest in a god of the dwarves.
It was an old book, Raistlin explained, a very old book, and it spoke not only of Reorx, but of all the old gods. Do you and your people still worship Reorx, sir? I don't ask this idly. Raistlin added, a tinge of colour staining his pale cheeks. Nor do I ask to be impertinent. I am in earnest. I truly wish to know what you think. I do as well, sir, said stern Brideblade. Though he sat on the floor, his back was as straight as a pike staff. Flint was astonished. No human had ever, in all the dwarf's 130-some years, wanted to know anything at all about dwarven religious practices. He was suspicious. What were these young men after? Were they spies, trying to trick him, get him into trouble? Flint had heard rumors that some of the followers of Belzor were preaching that elves and dwarves were heretics and should be burned. So be it, Flint decided. If these young men are out to get me, I'll teach them a thing or two. Even that big one there. Bash him in the kneecaps, and he'll be cut down to about my size.
We do,
said Flint stoutly.
We believe in Reorx. I don't care who knows it.
Are there dwarven clerics, then? Sturm asked, leaning forward in his interest. Clerics who perform miracles in the name of Reorx?
No, young man, there aren't, Flint said, and there haven't been since the cataclysm.
If you had no sign that Reorx still concerns himself over your fate, how can you still believe in him? Raistlin argued.
It is a poor faith that demands constant reassurance, young human,
Flint countered.
Reorx is a god, and we're not supposed to understand the gods. That's where the king priest of Ishtar got into trouble. He thought he understood the minds of the gods, reckoned he was a god himself also, I've heard. That's why they threw the fiery mountain down on top of him. Even when Reorx walked among us, he did a lot that we don't understand. He created the candor, for one,
Flint added in gloomy tones,
and gully dwarves for another. To my mind, I think Reorx is like myself, a traveling man. He has other worlds he tends to, and off he goes. Like him, I leave my house during the summer, but I always come back in the fall. My house is still here, waiting for me. We dwarves just have to wait for Reorx to come back from his journeys.
I never thought of that, said Sturm, struck with the notion. Perhaps that is why Paladine left our people. He had other wells to settle. I'm not sure. Raistlin was thoughtful. I know this seems unlikely, but what if instead of you leaving the house, you woke up one morning to find the house had left you?
This house will be here long after I'm gone,
Flint growled, thinking the young man was making a disparaging remark about his handiwork.
Why, look at the carving and joining of the stone. You'll not see the like between here and Paxarchus.
That wasn't what I meant, sir, Raistlin said with a half-smile. I was wondering. It seems to me. He paused, making an effort to say exactly what he did mean. What if the gods had never left? What if they are here, simply waiting for us to come back to them?
Bah, Reorx wouldn't hang about, lollygagging his time away without giving us dwarves some sort of sign. We're his favourites, you know,
Flint said proudly. How do you know he hasn't given the dwarves a sign, sir? Raistlin asked coolly. Flint was hard put to answer that one. He didn't know, not for sure. He hadn't been back to the hills, back to his homeland in years, and despite the fact that he traveled throughout this region, he hadn't really had that much contact with any other dwarves. Perhaps Reorx had come back and the Thorbarden dwarves were keeping the god a secret.
It would be like them, damn their beards and bellies,
Flint muttered.
Speaking of bellies, isn't anybody else hungry?
Caramon asked plaintively.
I'm starved.
Such a thing is not possible, said Sturm flatly.
It is, too, Caramon protested. I haven't had anything to eat since breakfast.
I was referring to what your brother said, Sturm returned. Paladine could not be in the world witnessing the hardships my people have been forced to endure and do nothing to intercede. From what I've heard, your people witnessed the hardships suffered by those under their rule calmly enough, Raistlin returned, perhaps because they were responsible for most of it.
That's a lie,
Sturm cried, jumping to his feet, his fists clenched.
Here now, Sturm. Raistlin didn't mean that, Caramon began.
Are you telling me that the Solemnic Knights did not actively persecute magic users? Raistlin feigned astonishment. I suppose the mages simply grew weary of living in the Tower of High Sorcery in Palanthas, and that's why they fled from it in fear for their lives.
Raist, I'm sure Sturm didn't intend to.
Some call it persecution, others call it rooting out evil, Sturm said darkly. So, you equate magic with evil? Raistlin asked with dangerous calm. Don't most people with any sense? Sturm returned. Caramon rose to his feet, his own fists clenched.
I don't think you really meant that, did you, Sturm?
We have a saying in Solamnia, if the boots fits. Caramon took a clumsy swing at Sturm, who ducked and lunged at his opponent, catching him in his broad midsection. Caramon went over backward with a woof. Sturm on top of him, pummeling him. The two crashed into the wooden chest, breaking it into its component parts and smashing the crockery that was being stored inside. The two continued their scuffling on the floor, rolling and punching and flailing away at each other. Raistlin remained sitting by the fire, watching calmly, a slight smile on his thin lips. Flint was disturbed by such coolness, so disturbed that he lost a moment when he might have stopped the fight. Raistlin did not appear worried, concerned, or shocked. Flint might have suspected him of having provoked this battle for his own amusement, except that he did not appear to be enjoying the show. His smile was not one of pleasure. It was faintly derisive, his look disdainful.
Those eyes of his shivered my skin,
Flint was later to tell Tanis.
There's something cold-blooded about him, if you take my meaning.
I'm not sure I do. Are you saying that this young man deliberately provoked his brother and his friend into a fist fight?
Well, not exactly, no.
Flint considered.
His question to me was sincere, I've no doubt of that, but then he must have known how the talk of gods and all that hoo-ha about magic would affect a Solamnic knight. And if there was ever a Solamnic knight walking around without his armor, that is young Sturm for you, born with a sword up his back, as we used to say.
But that Raistlin, the dwarf shook his head.
I think he just liked knowing that he could make them fight, best friends and all.
Hey now! Flint shouted, suddenly realizing that he wasn't going to have any furniture left if he didn't put an end to the brawl.
What do you think you're doing? You've broken my dishes! Stop that! Stop it, I say!
The two paid no heed to the dwarf. Flint waded into the fray. A swift and expert kick to the outside of the kneecap sent Sturm rolling. He rocked in agony on top of the bits of broken crockery, clutching his knee and biting his lip to keep from crying out in pain. Flint grabbed hold of a handful of Caramon's long curly hair and gave it a swift, sharp tug. Caramon yelped and tried unsuccessfully to prise loose the dwarf's hold. Flint had an iron grip.
Look at you both,
the dwarf stated in disgust, giving Caramon's head a shake and Sturm another kick.
Acting like a couple of drunken goblins. And who taught you to fight? Your great Aunt Minnie? Both of you taller than me by a foot at least, maybe 2 feet for the young giant, and here you are, flat on your back with a foot of a dwarf on your chest. Get up, both of you.
Shamefaced and teary-eyed from the pain, the two young men slowly picked themselves up off the floor. Sturm stood balancing on one leg, not daring to trust his full weight to his injured knee. Caramon winced and massaged his stinging scalp, wondering if he had a bald spot.
Sorry about the dishes,
Caramon mumbled. Yes, I'm truly sorry, Sturm said earnestly. I will make recompense for the damage, of course.
I'll do better than that. I'll pay for it,
Caramon offered. Raistlin said nothing. He was already counting out money from their take at the fair.
Darn right you'll pay for it,
the dwarf said.
How old are you?
20, answered Sturm.
18,
said Caramon.
Race is 8 and 2.
Since he knows we are twins, I'm certain Master Fireforge has figured that out, Raistlin said caustically. Flint eyed Sturm.
And you plan to be a knight?
The dwarf's shrewd gaze shifted to Caramon.
And you, big fellow, you figure on being a great warrior, I suppose. Sell your sword to some lord.
That's right, Caramon gaped. How did you know?
I've seen you around town, carrying that great sword of yours, handling it all wrong, I might add. Well, I'm here to tell you, both of you, right now, that the knights'll take one look at you and the way you fight, Storm Brightblade, and they'll laugh themselves right out of their armor. And you, Caramon Majir, you couldn't sell your fighting skills to my old granny.
I know I have a lot to learn, sir, Storm replied stiffly. If I were living in Salamnia, I would be a squire to a noble knight and learn my craft from him, but I'm not. I'm exiled here. His tone was bitter.
There's no one in Solis to teach us, Caramon complained. This town is way too quiet. Nothing ever happens here. You'd think we'd at least have a goblin raid or something to liven things up.
Bite your tongue, lad. You don't know when you're well off. As for a teacher, you're looking at him.
Flint tapped himself on the breast.
You?
Both young men appeared dubious. Flint stroked his beard complacently.
I had my foot on both of you, didn't I? Besides,
reaching out, he gave Raistlin a poke in the ribs that caused him to jump.
I want to talk to the book reader here about his views on a good many matters. No need to talk of money,
the dwarf added, seeing the twins exchanging doubtful glances and guessing what they were thinking.
You can pay me in chores, and you can start by going to the inn and seeing what's become of that dratted kender.
As if the words had conjured him, the door was thrown open by the dratted kender. I've got a cider and a kidney pie that someone didn't want, and... Ah, there, I knew it. Tasselhoff gazed sadly at the remains of the chest and the broken dishes. You see what happens, Flint, when I'm not around? He said solemnly, shaking his topknot. The unlikely friendship between the young humans, the dwarf, and the kender flourished like weeds in the rainy season, according to Tasselhoff. Flint took exception to being called a weed, but he conceded that Tast was right. Flint had always had a soft spot in his gruff heart for young people, particularly those who were friendless and alone. He had first become acquainted with Tanis Half-Elven when he met that young man living in Qualinesti, an orphan that neither race would claim. Tanis was too human for the elves, too elven for the humans. Tanis had been raised in the household of the Speaker of the Sun and Stars, the leader of Qualinesti, growing up with the Speaker's own children. One of those children, Portheos, hated Tanis for what he was. Another cousin, Lorna, loved Tanis too much, and that is another tale, however. Suffice it to say that Tanis had left the Elven Kingdom some years ago. He'd gone for the help to the first person, the only person he knew outside of Qualinesti, Flint Fireforge. Tanis had no skill at all in working metal, but he did have a head for figures and a keen business sense. He soon discovered that Flint was selling his wares far below their true worth. He was cheating himself. People will be happy to pay for more quality workmanship, Tanis had pointed out to the dwarf, who was terrified that he would lose his clientele. You'll see. Tanis proved to be right, and Flint prospered, much to the dwarf's astonishment. The two became partners. Tanis began accompanying the dwarf on his summer travels. Tanis hired the wagon and the horses, put up the booths at the local fairs, and made appointments to show Flint's wares privately to the well-to-do. The two developed a friendship that was deep and abiding. Flint asked Tanis to move in with him, but Tanis pointed out that the dwarf's house was a bit cramped for the tall half-elf. Tanis's dwelling place was nearby, however, built up in the tree branches. The only quarrel the two ever had, and it wasn't really a quarrel, more of a grumbling argument, was over Tanis's trips back to Qualinesty.
"You're not fit for anything when you come back from that place,"
Flint said bluntly.
"You're in a dark mood for a week. They don't want you around. They've made that plain enough. You upset their lives, and they upset yours. The best thing for you to do is wash the mud of Qualinesty off your boots and never go back."
"You're right, of course," said Tanis reflectively, "and every time I leave I swear I will never return, but something draws me back. When I hear the music of the aspen trees in my dreams, I know it is time for me to return home, and Qualinesty is my home. They can't deny it to me, no matter how they like to try."
"Bah, that's the elf in you,"
Flint coughed.
"Music of the aspen trees, horse droppings. I haven't been home in 100 years. You don't hear me carrying on about the music of the walnuts, do you?"
"No, but I have heard you express a longing for proper dwarf spirits," Tanis teased.
"Ha! That's completely different,"
Flint returned sagaciously.
"We're talking life's blood here. I do wonder what that Otik can't seem to get the recipe right. I've given it to him often enough. It's these local mushrooms, or what human think pass for mushrooms."
Despite Flint's urgings, Tanis left that fall for Qualinesty. He was gone during Yule. The heavy snows set in, and it began to look as if he wouldn't be back before spring. Flint had always been a bit lonely when Tanis was gone, though the dwarf would have cut off his beard before he admitted it. The inadvertent addition of Tasselhoff eased the dwarf's loneliness some, though Flint would have cut off his head before he admitted that. The Kandor's lively chatter filled the silence, though the dwarf always irritably put a stop to it when he found himself becoming too interested. Teaching the young humans how to handle themselves in a fight gave Flint a true feeling of accomplishment. He showed them the little tricks and skillful maneuvers he'd learned from a lifetime of encounters with ogres and goblins, thieves and footpads, and other hazards faced by those who travel the unchancy roads of Abyssinia. He likened this feeling of satisfaction to that of turning out an exceptional piece of metalwork. In essence, he was doing much the same, shaping and crafting young lives as he shaped and crafted his metal. One of them, however, was not particularly malleable. Raistlin continued to shiver Flint's skin. The twins were 19 that winter, and they were spending the winter together. Early in the fall, a fire had burned down Master Theobald's mage school, forcing him to relocate. By this time, Theobald was well known and trusted in Solis. The authorities, once assured that the fire had been from natural causes and not supernatural, gave him permission to open his new school within the town limits. Raistlin no longer needed to board at the school. He could spend the winters at home with Caramon, but neither he nor Caramon were home much of the time. Raistlin enjoyed the company of the dwarf and the candor. He required knowledge of the world beyond the Valen woods, knowledge of a world in which he would soon be taking his place. Since acquiring the ability to cast his magic, he had dared to dream of his future. Raistlin was now an assistant teacher of the school. Master Theobald hoped that by providing some honorable way for the young man to earn money, Raistlin would quit performing in public. Raistlin was not a particularly good teacher. He had no patience for ignorance and tended to be extremely sarcastic, but he kept the boys quiet during Master Theobald's afternoon nap, which was all the master required. Master Theobald had once mentioned that Raistlin might like to open a mage school himself. Raistlin had laughed in the master's face. Raistlin wanted power. Not power over a bunch of mewing brats, dully reciting their awes and their a's. He wanted the power he had over people when they watched him cast even minor cantrips. Their expressions of awe, their wide-eyed respect were deeply gratifying. He saw himself gaining increasing power over others. Power for good, of course. He would give money to the impoverished, health to the sickly, justice to the evildoers. He would be loved, admired, feared, and envied. If he was going to hold sway over vast numbers of people, such are the ambitious dreams of youth, he would need to know as much as possible about those people, all of them, not just humans. The dwarf and the candor proved to be excellent character studies. The first thing Raistlin learned was that a candor's fingers are into everything, and a candor's hands will carry it off. He'd been enraged the first time Tasselhoff appropriated the small bag in which the young mage proudly kept his one and only spell component. "Look what I found," Tasselhoff announced. "A leather pouch with a letter R on it. Let's see what's inside." Raistlin recognized the pouch which only moments earlier had been hanging from his belt. "No, wait, don't!" Too late. Tas had opened the pouch. "There's a bunch of dried-up flowers in here. I'll just empty those out." He dumped the rose petals on the floor, looked back inside. "Nope, nothing else. That's odd. Why would anyone—" "Give me that!" Raistlin snatched the pouch. He was literally trembling with rage. "Oh, is that yours?" Tas looked up at him, eyes bright. "I cleaned it out for you. Someone had stuck a bunch of dead flowers inside it." Raistlin opened his mouth, but words were not only inadequate, they were non-existent. He could only glare, make incoherent sounds, and at least satisfy some of his anger by casting a fierce glance at his laughing brother. After losing the pouch and the rose petals twice more, Raistlin realized that outrage, threats of violence, and or legal action did not work with candor. He could never catch the deft fingers that could untie any knot, no matter how tight, and slide the bag away with the lightness of touch of a spider. Coping with Tasselhoff required subtlety. Raistlin conducted an experiment. He placed a rounded lump of brightly colored glass, acquired from leavings at the glassblowers, inside his pouch. The next time Tas found the pouch, he discovered the glass inside. Enchanted, he drew out the glass, dropped the pouch to the floor. Raistlin retrieved the pouch and his spell components intact. After that, he took to putting some trinket or interesting objects, a bird's egg, a petrified beetle, a sparkling rock, in the pouch. Whenever he missed it, he knew where to look. As Raistlin learned more about Candor, Caramon was learning the fine and not so fine points of dwarven combat. Due to the short stature of dwarves and the fact that they generally fight opponents much taller than themselves, dwarven fighting techniques are not elegant. Flint used a number of moves, groin kicks and rabbit punches, for example, that were not chivalrous according to Sturm. "I will not fight like a common street brawler," he protested. The time of year was the deepest part of midwinter. Crystalmere Lake was frozen and snow-covered. Most people kept indoors, where it was warm, toasting their feet and drinking hot punch. Flint had Sturm and Caramon outside, working them into a lather, toughening them up. Or someone else complained, toughening them up.
"Is that so?"
Flint walked over to stand beneath a tall young man. Drops of water from his panting breath coated Sturm's mustaches, making him look like walrus, according to Tasselhoff.
"And what will you do when you are attacked by a common street brawler, laddie?"
Flint demanded.
"Raise your sword to him in some fool salute while he kicks you in your privates?"
Caramon guffawed. Sturm frowned at the vulgarity, but conceded that the dwarf had a point. He should at least know how to counter such an attack.
"Goblins, now," Flint continued his lecture, "they're basically cowards, unless they're fired up with liquor, and then they're just plain crazed. A goblin will always try to jump you from behind, slit your throat before you know what hits you. Like this. He'll use his hairy hand to muffle your scream, and with his other draw the blade right across here. You'll bleed to death almost before your body hits the ground. Now, here's what you do. You use the goblin's own weight and forward movement against him. He comes at you, jumps on you like this."
"Let me be the goblin," Tasselhoff begged, waving his hand. "Please, Flint, let me."
"All right. Now, the Kender."
"Goblin," Tass corrected and leapt onto Flint's broad back. "Jumps on you. What do you do?"
"Just this."
Flint grabbed hold of the Kender's two hands that were clutching for his throat and, bending double, flipped the Kender over his head. Tass landed hard on the frozen, snow-covered ground. He lay there for a moment, gasping and gulping. "Knock the air clean out of me," he said when he could talk. He scrambled to his feet. "I've never not been able to breathe before. Have you, Caramon? It's an interesting feeling. And I saw the stars, and it's not even night. Do you want me to do it to you, Caramon?"
"Oh, you can flip me,"
Caramon scoffed. "Maybe not," Tass admitted, "but I can do this." Clenching his fist, he drove it right into Caramon's broad midriff. Caramon groaned and doubled over, clutching his gut and sucking air. "Well struck, Kender," came an approving voice that rang out over the laughter of the others. "Not bad, Tasselhoff, not bad," said another. Two people heavily muffled in furs were walking through the snow.
"Tanis!"
Flint roared in welcome.
"Kitiara?"
Caramon cried out in surprise. "Tanis and Kitiara," Tasselhoff yelled.
though he'd never seen or met Kitiara before in his life. "Here now, do you all know each other?" Tanis demanded. He looked from Caramon and Raistlin to Kitiara in astonishment. "I should," answered Kitiara with her crooked grin. "These are my two brothers, the twins I was telling you about. And as for Brightblade here, he and I used to play together." Her crooked smile gave the words a salacious meaning. Caramon whistled and poked Sturm in the ribs. Sturm flushed in embarrassment and anger, saying stiffly that he was needed at home. He bowed coldly to the newcomers, turned on his heel, and stalked off. "What did I say?" Kit asked. Then she laughed and, holding out her arms, invited her brothers to embrace her. Caramon gave her a bear hug. Showing off his strength, he lifted her from the ground. "Very good, little brother," she said, eyeing him approvingly when he set her down. "You've grown since I saw you last."
2 whole inches,
Caramon said proudly. Raistlin turned his cheek to his sister, avoiding her embrace. Kitiara, with a laugh and shrug, kissed him, an obliging peck. He stood motionless beneath her scrutinizing gaze, his hands folded in front of him. He was wearing the robes of a mage now, white robes, a gift from his mentor Antimodus. "You've grown too, baby brother," Kit observed.
"Raislin's grown a whole inch," said Caramon. It's my cooking that's done it."
"That wasn't what I meant," said Kit. "I know. Thank you, sister," Raistlin replied. The two exchanged glances in perfect accord. "Well, well," said Kit, turning back to Tanis. "Who would have thought it? I leave my brothers babes in arms and come back to find them grown men. And this," she turned to the dwarf, "this must be Flint Fireforge." She held out her gloved hand. "Kitiara Uthmata."
"Your servant, ma'am,"
said Flint, accepting her hand. The two shook hands with every mark of mutual pleasure in the meeting. "And I'm Tasselhoff Barefoot," said Tass, offering one hand to be shaken while the other was gliding toward the young woman's belt. "How do you do, Tasselhoff?" Kit said. "Touch that dagger and I'll use it to slice off your ears," she added good-naturedly. Something in her voice convinced Tasselhoff that she meant what she said. Being rather fond of his ears, which served to prop up his topknot, Tasselhoff began to rummage through a pouch Tanis obviously didn't want. Flint deemed that the lessons were over, invited his guests inside for a sip and a bite. Tanis and Kit shed their cloaks. Kitiara was dressed in a long leather tunic that came to mid-thigh. She wore a man's shirt, open in the neck, and a finely tooled leather belt of elven make and design. She was unlike any woman the others had ever known, and none of them, including her brothers, seemed to know quite what to make of her. Her gaze was that of a man, bold and straightforward, not the simpering, blushing modesty of a well-bred woman. Her movements were graceful, the grace of a trained swordsman, and she had the confidence and coolness of a blooded warrior. If she was a bit cocky, that only enhanced her exotic appeal. "You've noticed my belt," she said proudly, exhibiting the hand-tooled leather girdle that encircled her slender waist. "It's a gift from an admirer."
None of those present had to look far to find the gift-giver. Tanis half-elven watched Kit's every movement with open admiration. "I've heard a lot about you, Flint," Kit added. "All good, of course."
"I haven't heard a thing about you,"
Flint returned with his customary bluntness.
"But I'll wager I will."
He looked at Tanis, and mingled with his affection for his friend was a hint of concern.
"Where did you two meet?"
"Outside of Qualinesti," said Tanis. "I was on my way back to Solis when I heard screams coming out of the woods. I went to investigate and found what I thought was this young woman being attacked by a goblin. I ran to her aid, only to discover that I'd been mistaken. The screams I heard were coming from the goblin."
"Qualinesti,"
Flint said, eyeing Kit.
"What were you, human, doing in Qualinesti?"
"I wasn't in Qualinesti," Kit said. "I was just near there. I've been in those parts several times. I passed through them on my way here."
"Way through from where?"
Flint wondered. Kit either didn't hear his question or she ignored it. He was about to repeat himself when she motioned her brothers to step forward for introductions. "I'm Tanis half-elven," said Tanis, offering his hand. Caramon, in his enthusiasm, almost shook the half-elf's hand off. Raistlin brushed his fingers across the half-elf's palm. "I'm Caramon Majir, and this is my twin brother, Raistlin. We're Kit's half-brothers, really," Caramon explained. Raistlin said nothing. He curiously examined the half-elf, about whom he'd heard much, for Flint talked about his friend daily. Tanis was dressed like a hunter, in a brown leather jerkin of elven make, green shirt and brown hose, brown traveling boots. He wore a sword at his waist, carried a bow and a quiver of arrows. His elven heritage was not readily apparent, except perhaps in the finely chiseled bones of his face. If his ears were pointed, it was impossible to tell, for they were covered over by his long, thick brown hair. He had the height of an elf, the broader girth of a human. He was a handsome man, young-looking, but possessing the gravity and maturity of a much older man. Small wonder he had attracted Kit's attention. Tanis regarded the brothers in his turn, marveling at the coincidence. "Kit and I meet by chance on the road. We become friends, and I then arrive home to find her brothers and my best friends have become friends. This meeting was fated, that's all there is to it." For a meeting to be fated implies that something significant must come of it in the future. "Do you foresee such an occurrence, sir?" Raistlin asked. "I guess it could," Tanis stammered, taken aback. He wasn't quite certain how to respond. "In truth, I meant it as a joke. I didn't intend—" "Don't mind Raistlin, Tanis," Kitiara interrupted. "He's a deep thinker. The only one in the family, by the way." "Stop being so serious, will you?" she said to her younger brother in an undertone. "I like this man, and I don't want you scaring him off." She grinned at Tanis, who smiled back to her. Raistlin knew then that the half-elf and his sister were more than friends. They were lovers. The knowledge and the sudden image in his mind made him feel uncomfortable and embarrassed. He suddenly disliked the half-elf intensely. "I'm glad to see you've been keeping my old friend Flint out of trouble, at least," Tanis continued. Embarrassed himself, he hoped to change the subject.
"Ha! Out of trouble!"
Flint glowered.
"Damn near drowned me, they did. It's lucky I survived."
The story of an ill-fated boat trip had to be told then and there, with everyone talking at once. "I found the boat," Tasselhoff began.
Caramon, the big lummox, stood up in it.
"I was only trying to catch a fish, Finnet."
Upset the whole blasted boat, gave us all a good soaking. Caramon sank like a stone. I know, because I threw a whole lot of stones in the water, and they all went down just like Caramon, without even a bubble.
"I was worried about Raist."
"I was quite capable of taking care of myself, my brother. There was an air pocket underneath the overturned boat, and I was in no danger whatsoever, except of having an imbecile of a four brother trying to catch a fish with your bare hands."
Jumped in after Caramon. I pulled him out of the water.
"You did not, Flint."
Who's this? We just don't know who's saying what. We have to guess. "You did not, Flint. Caramon pulled himself out of the water. I pulled you out of the water. Don't you remember? You see what trouble you get into without me."
I do remember, and that wasn't the way it was at all, you dratted candor, and I'll tell you one thing,"
Flint stated emphatically, bringing the confused tale to a close.
"I'm never setting foot in that boat again so long as I live."
That was the first time.
"And it'll be the last, so help me Reorx."
"I trust Reorx will honor that vow," Tanis said. He clapped the dwarf affectionately on the shoulder and rose to leave. "I'm going to go see if my house is still standing. You want to come along?" Tanis asked a question of Flint, but his eyes went to Kitiara. "I'll go," Tass signed on eagerly.
"No, you won't,"
Flint said, collaring the candor and howling him backward.
"You're coming home with us, are you sure, Kit?"
Caramon asked teasingly. "Maybe later," said Kitiara. Reaching out, she took hold of Tanis's hand. "Much later." "Oh, shut up," Raistlin said crossly when Caramon wanted to talk about it. Spring came to Solace, bringing with it budding flowers, baby lambs, and nesting birds. Blood that had grown cold and sluggish in the winter warmed and thinned. Young men panted and girls giggled. Of all the seasons of the year, Raistlin detested springtime the most. "Kit didn't come home again last night." Sorry, that's Caramon saying that.
"Kit didn't come home again last night,"
Caramon said with a wink over breakfast. Raistlin ate bread and cheese, made no comment. He had no intention of encouraging this line of discussion. Caramon needed no encouragement, however.
"Her bed wasn't slept in. I'll bet I know whose bed was slept in, though. Not that they probably did much sleeping."
"Caramon," said Raistlin coldly, rising to his feet, leaving his breakfast mostly untouched. "You are a pig." He carried the scraps of his meal to the 2 field mice he had captured and now kept in a cage, along with a tame rabbit. He had developed certain theories concerning the use of his herbs, and it seemed wiser to test out these theories on animals rather than his patients. Mice were easy to catch and cheap to maintain. Raistlin's first experiment had not worked out, having fallen victim to the neighbor's cat. He had chastised Caramon quite severely for permitting the cat to enter the house. Caramon, who was fond of cats, promised to entertain the animal outdoors from then on. The mice were safe, and Raistlin was quite pleased with the results of his latest experiment. He poked the crumbs through the bars. It is bad enough our sister whoring herself without you making dirty remarks about it, Raistlin continued, giving the rabbit fresh water.
Oh, come on, Raist, Caramon protested. Kit isn't what you said. She's in love with the guy. You can see that from the way she looks at him. And he's crazy about her. I like Tanis. Flint's told me a lot about him. Flint says that this summer Tanis will teach me to use my sword and the bow and arrow. Flint says Tanis is the greatest archer who ever lived. Flint says... Raistlin ignored the rest of the conversation. Brushing the crumbs from his hands, he gathered up his books. I must leave now, he said, rudely cutting his brother off in mid-sentence. I'm late for school. I will see you this evening, I suppose? Or perhaps you're going to move in with Tanis Half-Elven? Well, no, Raist. Why should I move in with him?
Sarcasm was lost on Caramon.
You know, Raist, being with a girl is lots more fun, Caramon continued. You never talk to any of them, and there's more than one who thinks you're pretty special, because of the magic and so forth, and how you cured the green leaf baby of Kraup. They say that baby would have died if you hadn't helped her, Raist. Girls like that sort of thing.
Raistlin paused in the doorway, his cheeks faintly burning with pleasure. It was only a mixture of tea and a root I read about called ipecacuanha. The baby had to throw up the phlegm, you see, and the root mixture caused the child to vomit. Do they truly talk about such things? Girls were, to Raistlin's mind, strange creatures, as unreadable as a magic spell from the tome of some high-ranking archmagus, and just as unattainable. Yet Caramon in some matters was as dense as a falling log, talked to girls, danced the round dances popular at festivals with them, did other things with them, things that Raistlin dreamed about in the dark hours of the night, dreams that left him feeling ashamed and unclean. But then Caramon, with his brawny build, his curly hair, his big brown eyes, and handsome features, was attractive to women. Raistlin was not. The frequent illnesses that still afflicted him left him thin and bony, with no appetite for food. He had the same well-formed nose and chin as Caramon, but on Raistlin the features were more finely planed and pointed, giving him the sly, crafty appearance of a fox. He disliked round dancing, considering it a waste of time and energy. Besides which, it left him breathless, with a pain in his chest. He didn't know how to talk to girls, what to say. He had the feeling that, although they listened to him politely enough, behind those sparkling eyes, they were secretly laughing at him.
I don't think they talk about ipecaca or whatever that long-tailed word was, Caramon admitted. One of them, Miranda, said it was wonderful the way you saved that baby's life. It was her little niece, you see. She wanted me to tell you.
Did she? Raistlin murmured.
Yeah, Miranda's wonderful, isn't she?
Caramon gave a gusty sigh.
I've never seen anyone so beautiful. Oops.
He glanced outdoors to see the sun starting to rise.
I've got to get going myself. We're planting today. I won't be home until after dark.
Whistling a merry tune, Caramon grabbed his pack and hastened off. Yes, my brother, you are right. She is very beautiful, Raistlin said to the empty house. Miranda was the daughter of a wealthy clothier, recently arrived to set up business in Solace. Her father's best advertisement, Miranda dressed in the finest clothes, cut and sewn in the very latest style. Long strawberry blonde hair fell in lazy ringlets to her waist, graceful and demure, fragile and winsome, innocent and good. She was utterly captivating, and Raistlin was not the only young man to admire her immensely. Raistlin had sometimes fancied that Miranda would occasionally glance his way and that her look was inviting. But he always told himself that this was just wishful thinking. How could she possibly care about him? Whenever he saw her, his heart raced, and nearly suffocating him. His blood burned, his skin grew cold and clammy. His tongue, normally so glib, could speak only inanities. His brain turned to oatmeal. He could not even look her in the face. Whenever he came close to her, he had difficulty keeping his hand from reaching out to caress one of those flame-colored curls. There was another factor. Would I be as interested in this young woman if she had not won Caramon's admiration as well? Raistlin asked himself. The top of Raistlin's mind answered immediately. Yes. The depths pondered the question uneasily. What demon in Raistlin led to this constant competition with his own twin? A one-sided competition at that, for Caramon was serenely unaware of it. Raistlin recalled a story Tasselhoff had told them about a dwarf coming upon a slumbering red dragon. The dwarf attacked the sleeping dragon with axe and sword, hammered at it for hours until he was exhausted. The dragon never even woke up. Yawning, the dragon rolled over in his sleep and squashed the dwarf flat. Raistlin emphasized with that dwarf. He felt as if he were constantly battling his twin, only to have Caramon roll over on him and crush him. Caramon was the better looking, the better liked, the better trusted. Raistlin was deep, as Kit described him, or subtle, as Tanis had once said of him, or sly, as his classmates termed him. Most people tolerated his presence only because they liked his brother. At least I'm gaining some small reputation as a healer, Raistlin thought as he walked along the boardwalk, trying to avoid breathing in the fragrant spring air which always made him sneeze. But a glow of satisfaction no sooner was kindled in him, giving him some small share of warmth, when that infernal demon of his whispered bitterly, "Yes, and perhaps that is all you will ever be, a minor mage, a weed-chopping healer, while your warrior brother does great deeds, wins great reward, and covers himself in glory." "Oh dear! Oh my goodness!" Startled, Raistlin came up short, with a realization that he'd just bumped into someone. He had been concentrating on his thoughts, hurrying along so that he wouldn't be late and not watching where he was going. Lifting his head, about to mutter some apology and push his way past, he saw Miranda. "Oh dear," she said again, and peered over the edge of the railing. Several bolts of the fabric lay scattered on the ground beneath them. I'm so terribly sorry," Raistlin gasped. He must have plowed straight into her, causing her to drop the bolts of cloth. They had fallen off the boardwalk, tumbled in a spiral of bright color to the ground. That was his first thought. His second, and one that caused him even more confusion, was that the boardwalk was wide enough for 4 people to walk on it abreast, and there were only 2 of them on it at the present. One of them, at least, must have been watching where she was going. Wait here," Raistlin stammered. I'll pick them up. No, it was my fault, the girl returned. Her green eyes glowed like the new budding leaves of the trees that spread their limbs over them. I was watching a pair of nesting sparrows. She blushed, which made her even prettier. I wasn't looking. I insist, Raistlin said firmly. We'll go together, shall we? Miranda forestalled him. It's a lot to carry for just one. She shyly slid her hand into his. Her touch sent flame through him, flame similar to that of his magic, only hotter. This flame consumed the other, refined. The two walked side by side down the stairs to the ground below. The area was still in shadow. The early morning sun was only just filtering through the shiny new leaves. Miranda and Raistlin gathered up the bolt of cloth slowly, taking their time. Raistlin said he hoped the dew would not harm the fabric. Miranda said that there had been no dew at all that morning, nothing to speak of, and that a good brushing could set them right. He helped her fold up the long lengths of cloth, taking one end while she took the other. Every time they came together, their hands touched. I wanted to thank you personally, Miranda said, looking up at him during one of these moments as they stood there, the cloth held between them. Her eyes, glimmering through a veil of reddish-blonde eyelashes, were entrancing. You saved my baby sister. We're all so very grateful. It was nothing, Raistlin protested. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that the way it sounded. The baby is everything, of course. What I meant was that what I did was nothing. Well, not that either. What I meant was... I know what you meant, said Miranda, and closed both of her hands over his. They dropped the cloth. She lifted her lips, closed her eyes. He bent over her. Miranda, there you are. Stop dawdling, girl, and bring along the cloth. I need it for Mistress Wells' bodice. Yes, mother. Miranda stooped, hastily gathering up the cloth in a bundle, not bothering to fold it. Holding the fabric in her arms, she whispered softly and breathlessly. You will come to visit me some evening, won't you, Raistlin? Miranda! Coming, mother! Miranda was gone, departing in a flutter of skirts and trailing fabric. Raistlin remained standing where she'd left him, as if he'd been struck by lightning and his feet had melted to the spot. Dazed and dazzled, he considered her invitation and what it meant. She liked him. Him! She had chosen him over Caramon, over all the other men in town who were vying for her affection. Happiness, pure and untainted, happiness such as he had rarely experienced, poured over him. He basked in it, as in a hot summer sun, and felt himself grow like the newly planted seeds. He built castles into the air so rapidly that within seconds they were ready for him to take up residence. He saw himself her acknowledged favorite. Caramon would envy him for a change. Not that what Caramon thought mattered, because Miranda loved him, and she was everything good and sweet and wonderful. She would bring out what was good in Raistlin, drive away those perverse demons, jealousy, ambition, pride, who were always plaguing him. He and Miranda would live above the clothier's shop. He didn't know anything at all about running a business, but he would learn for her sake. For her sake, he would even give up his magic if she asked him. The laughter of children jolted Raistlin from his sweet reverie. He was now very late for school,
and would receive a severe scolding from Master Theobald. A scolding which Raistlin accepted so meekly, gazing at Theobald with what might almost be termed as an affectionate smile, that the master was more than half convinced his strangest and most difficult pupil had, at long last, gone quite mad. That night, for the first time since he had started school, not counting those times when he was ill, Raistlin did not study his spellcasting. He forgot to water his herbs, left the mice and the rabbit to scrabble frantically in their cages, hungry for the food he neglected to give them. He tried to eat but couldn't swallow a mouthful. He dined on love, a dish far sweeter and more succulent than any served at the feast of an emperor. Raistlin's one fear was that his brother would return before nightfall, for then he would have to waste time answering all sorts of stupid questions. Raistlin had his lie prepared, a lie brought to mind by Miranda herself. He had been called out to tend to a sick child. No, he did not need Caramon as an escort. Fortunately, Caramon did not return home. This was not unusual during planting season, when the farmer sedge would stay out working the fields by the light of the bright moon. Raistlin left their house, walking the boardwalks. In his fancy, he walked on moonlit clouds. He went to Miranda's house, but he was not going to visit her. Visiting a young unmarried woman after dark would not have been proper. He would speak to her father first, obtain his permission to court his daughter. Raistlin went only to gaze at the place where she lived, hoping perhaps to catch a glimpse of her through the window. He imagined her sitting before the fire, bent over her evening sewing. She was dreaming of him, perhaps, as he was dreaming of her. The clothier's business was on the lower level of his house, one of the largest in Solis. The lower level was dark, for the business was shut up for the night. Lights gleamed in the upper level, though, shining through gabled windows. Raistlin stood quietly on the boardwalk in the soft spring evening, gazing up at the windows, waiting, hoping for nothing more than the sight of the light shining on her red gold curls. He was standing thus when he heard a noise. The sound came from down below, from a shed on the ground beneath the clothier's, probably a storage shed. The thought came immediately to Raistlin's mind that some thief had broken into the shed. If he could catch the thief, or at least halt the robbery, he would, in his fevered, impossibly romantic condition, have a chance to prove himself worthy of Miranda's love. Not stopping to think that what he was doing was extremely dangerous, that he had no means of protecting himself if he did come upon a thief, Raistlin ran down the stairs. He could see his way easily enough. Lunitary, the red moon, was full this night and cast a lurid glow along his path. Reaching the ground, he glided forward silently, stealthily toward the shed. The lock on the door hung loose. The door was shut. The shed had no windows, but a soft light, just barely visible, gleamed out of a knothole on one side. Someone was definitely inside. Raistlin had been about to burst in the door, but common sense prevailed, even over love. He first would look through the knothole, see what was going on. He would be witness to the thief's activities. This done, he would raise the alarm, prevent the thief's escape. Raistlin put his eye to the knothole.
Bundles of cloth had been stacked on one side of the shed, leaving a cleared place in the center. A blanket was spread on that cleared place. A candle stood on a box in a corner. On the blanket, indistinct in the shadows cast by the candle's wavering flame, 2 people writhed and panted and squirmed. They rolled into the candle's light. Red curls fell across the bare, white breast. A man's hand squeezed the breast and groaned. Miranda giggled and gasped. Her white hand raked across the man's naked back. A broad, muscular back, brown hair, brown curly hair, shone in the candlelight. Caramon's naked back, Caramon's sweat-damp hair. Caramon nuzzled Miranda's neck and straddled her. The 2 rolled out of the light. Pants and heaves and smothered giggles whispered in the darkness, giggles that dissolved into moans and gasps of pleasure. Raistlin thrust his hands into the sleeves of his robe. Shivering uncontrollably in the warm spring air, he walked silently and rapidly back to the stairs that were blood-red and Lunitary's smugly smiling light. Raistlin fled along the boardwalks with no idea where he was or where he was going. He knew only that he could not go home. Caramon would be returning later when his pleasure was sated, and Raistlin could not bear to see his brother, to see that self-satisfied grin and smell her scent and his lust still clinging to him. Jealousy and revulsion clenched Raistlin's stomach, sent bitter bile surging up his throat. Half-blind, weak and nauseous, he walked and walked, blind and uncaring, until he walked straight into a tree limb in the darkness. The blow to his forehead stunned him. Dazed, he clung to the railing, alone on the moonlit stairs, his hands dappled with a blood-red light. Shaking and trembling with the fury of his emotions, he wished Caramon and Miranda both dead. If he had known a magical spell in that moment, that would have seared the lovers' flesh, burned them to ashes. Raistlin would have cast it. He could see quite clearly in his mind the fire engulfing the clothier's shed, see the flames crackling red and orange and white-hot, consuming the wood and the flesh inside, burning, purifying. A dull, aching pain in his hands and wrists jolted him back to conscious awareness. He looked down to see his hands white-knuckled in the moonlight. He'd been sick, he realized, from the stench and a puddle of puke at his feet. He had no recollection of vomiting. The purging had done him some good, apparently. He was no longer dizzy or nauseated. The rage and jealousy no longer surged inside him, no longer poisoned him. He could look around now, take his bearings. At first he recognized nothing. Then slowly he found a familiar landmark, then another. He knew where he was. He had traversed nearly the length of Solace, yet he had no memory of having done so. Looking back, it was as if he looked into the heart of a conflagration. All was red fire and black smoke and drifting white ash. He gave a deep sigh, a shuddering sigh, and slowly let go of his stranglehold on the railing. A public water barrel stood nearby. He dared not yet put anything into his shriveled stomach, but he moistened his lips and splashed water on the boards where he'd been sick. He was thankful no one had seen him, thankful no one else was around. He could not have borne with pity. As Raistlin came to figure out where he was, he came to the realization that he shouldn't be here. This part of Solis was not considered safe. One of the first to be built, its dwellings were little more than tumble-down shacks, long since abandoned, the early residents having either prospered and moved up in Solis society or founded and moved out of the town altogether. Weird Megan lived not far from here, and this was also the location of the trough, which must have been very close by. Drunken laughter drifted up through the leaves, but it was sporadic and muffled. Most people, even drunkards, were long abed. The night had crossed its midpoint, was in the small hours. Caramon would be home by now, home and probably frantic with worry at the absence of his twin. Good, Raistlin said sourly to himself. Let him worry. He would have to think up some excuse for his absence, which shouldn't be too difficult. Caramon would swallow anything. Raistlin was chilled, exhausted and shivering. He'd come out without a cloak and would have a long walk home. But still he lingered by the railing, looked back with uneasiness on the moment when he'd wished his brother and Miranda dead. He was relieved to be able to tell himself that he had not meant it. And he was suddenly able to appreciate the strict rules and laws that governed the use of magic. Impatient to gain power, he had never understood so clearly the importance of the test, which stood like a steel gate across his future, barring his entry to the higher ranks of wizardry. Only those with the discipline to handle such vast power were granted the right to use it. Looking back on the savagery of his emotions, his desire, his lust, his jealousy, his rage, Raistlin was appalled. The fact that his body, the yearnings and desires of his body, could have so completely overthrown the discipline of his mind disgusted him. He resolved to guard against such destructive emotions in the future. Pondering this, he was just about to set out for home when he heard booted footsteps approaching. Probably the town guard, walking their nightly patrol. He forced annoying questions, stern lectures, perhaps even an enforced escort home. He sidled near the bole of the tree, crept into its shadow, out of Lunitary's light. He wanted to be alone. He wanted to talk to no one. The person continued walking, moved out of the shadows cast by the tree leaves, and entered a red pool of moonlight. The person was cloaked and hooded, but Raistlin knew Kitiara immediately, knew her by her walk, her long, quick, impatient stride that never seemed to carry her to her destination fast enough. She passed close by Raistlin. He could have reached out to brush her dark cloak, but he only shrank still deeper into the shadows. Of all the people he did not want to see this night, Kitiara was foremost. He hoped she would remove herself from his vicinity quickly, so that he could return home, and he was extremely frustrated to see her halt at the water barrel. He waited for her to take her drink and go on, but though she did drink from the gourd cup attached to the barrel by a rope, she did not move on. She dumped the gourd back into the water. It fell with a splash. Crossing her arms, Kit leaned back against the barrel and took up a position of waiting. Raistlin was stranded. He could not leave his tree. He could not steep out into the moonlight without her noticing him. But by now, he would not have left if he could have. He was intrigued and curious. What was Kitiara doing? Why was she out walking the streets of Solis at this time of night? Walking alone, her half-elf lover nowhere to be seen. She was meeting someone, that much was obvious. Kit was never good at waiting for anything, and this was no exception. She had not been standing 2 minutes before she stirred restlessly. She crossed her feet, uncrossed her feet, rattled the sword at her waist, slapped her leather-gloved hands together, took another drink of water, and more than once leaned forward to peer impatiently down the walkway. "I will give him 5 more minutes," she muttered. The night air was still, and Raistlin could hear her words quite clearly. Footsteps sounded, coming from the direction in which Kit had been looking. She straightened her hand, going reflexively to the hilt of her sword. The other figure was that of a man, also cloaked and hooded and reeking of ale. Even from where he stood, no more than 10 paces from them, Raistlin could smell the liquor on the man. Kit wrinkled her nose in disgust. "You sot!" Kit sneered. "Keep me waiting in the cold for hours while you suck down rot-gut, will you? I've half a mind to slit your ale-swilling belly."
"I'm not past our meeting time," said the man, and his voice was cold and surprisingly sober. "If anything, I'm early, and one cannot sit in a tavern, even in a tavern as wretched as a trough, without drinking. Though I am thankful to say that more than of that foul liquid of barkeep has the temerity to call ale is on me than is inside me. The barmaid helps herself to her own wares, apparently. She managed to spill nearly a full flagon on me."
"Did you hear that?" Raistlin had shifted his position ever so slightly in order to relieve a sudden painful cramp in his left leg. He had made hardly any noise at all, yet the man had heard him. For the hooded face turned in Raistlin's direction. Steel flashed in the moonlight. Raistlin held perfectly still, not even breathing. He did not want to be caught spying on his sister. Kit would be furious, and she had never had any qualms about relieving her anger with a flat of her hand. She might do worse now. And even if she didn't, even if she were inclined to be at all tender-hearted with her baby brother, then the man with a voice like frost-rimmed iron would not. Yet even as fear clenched his already shriveled belly, Raistlin realized that he did not dread being caught because he feared punishment, but because he would miss a chance to discover one of Kit's secrets. Kit had already tried to draw him into her world, place him under her influence. Raistlin was certain she would try again, and he had no intention of playing a subservient role to anyone. Someday he would have to oppose the wishes of his willful sister. He would need every weapon at his disposal for the combat. "Your ears are playing tricks on you," Kit said after a moment's pause, during which both had listened intently.
"I heard something, I tell you,"
the man insisted. "It must have been a cat, then. No one comes here this time of night. Let's get down to business." Raistlin could see the flash of moonlight off the hilt of Kit's sword. She had drawn aside her cloak to remove a leather scroll case she carried tucked into her belt.
"Maps?"
the man asked, looking down the case. "See for yourself," she said. The man unscrewed the end and drew out several sheaves of paper. He spread these out, partially unrolled, on the lid of the water barrel, studied them in the moonlight. "It's all there," Kit said complacently, pointing with a gloved finger. "Plus more than your lord asked for. The defences of Qualinesti are delineated on the main map. Number of guards posts, number of guards posted, how often the guards are changed, what type of weapons they carry, and so forth. I walked the entire border of Qualinesti myself twice. I've marked on a different map weak spots in their defense, possible areas of penetration, and I've indicated the easiest access routes from the north."
"This is excellent,"
the man said. He rolled up the sheaves of paper, slid them carefully back into the scroll case, and tucked the scroll case into the top of his boot.
"My lord will be pleased. What else have you learned about Qualinesti?
I hear you've taken a half-elf lover who was born in Up." Kit had grabbed hold of the tie, the drawstrings on the man's hood, given them an expert twist. She jerked him, half-strangled, toward her. "You leave him out of this," she told him, her voice soft and lethal. "If you think I would demean myself by sleeping with any man in order to gain information, you're wrong, my friend. And you could be dead wrong if you say or do anything to make him the least suspicious." Steel glinted in the moonlight. Kit held a knife in her other hand. The man glanced down at it, glanced again at Kit's eyes, flashing brighter than the steel, and he raised his hands in deprecating agreement.
"Sorry, Kit. I didn't mean anything by it."
Kitiara released him. He rubbed his neck where the drawstrings had cut into him.
"How did you get away tonight?"
I told him I was spending the evening with my brothers. I'll have my money now." The man reached beneath his cloak, brought out a purse, and handed it over. Kitiara opened the bag, held it to the light, and estimated the amount of money quickly by eye. She held up a large coin, studied it, then tucked the coin into the palm of her glove. Pleased, she tied the purse to her belt.
"There's more where that came from, if you happen to pick any additional information about Qualinesti and the elves. Information that you just happen to find lying around."
Kit chuckled. The money had put her in a good mood. "How do I contact you?"
"Leave a message at the trough. I'll stop by whenever I'm passing this way. But
won't you be traveling north soon?" he asked. Kit shrugged. "I don't think so. I'm happy enough where I am for the time being. There's my little brothers to think of."
"Uh-huh,"
the man grunted. "They're getting to the age where they could be of some use to us," Kit continued, ignoring him.
"I've seen them around. I've seen them around town. The big one we could use as a soldier, maybe, though he's clumsy as a kobold and looks about as bright. The other, though, the magic user, rumor has it that he's quite talented. My lord would be pleased to have him join his ranks."
"Rumor has it wrong. Raistlin can pull a coin out of his nose, that's about it. But I'll see what I can do." Kit held out her hand. The man took hold of her hand, shook it, but didn't immediately let go. "Lord Oricus would be pleased to have you join us as well, Kit, on a permanent basis. You'd make a fine commander. He said so." Kit removed her hand from the man's grasp, placed it on the hilt of her sword. I didn't know his lordship and I were on such familiar terms, she said archly. I've never met the man.
He knows you, Kit.
By sight and by reputation. He's impressed, and this, the man indicated the map case, will impress him further. He's prepared to offer your place in his new army. It's a great opportunity. One day he will rule all of Ensalon, and after that, all of Krynn. Indeed? Kit lifted her eyebrow. She appeared impressed. He doesn't think small, does he? Why should he? He has powerful allies. Which reminds me, how do you feel about dragons? Dragons? Kit was amused. I think they're all fine for scaring the wits out of little children, but that's all about it. What do you mean? Nothing in particular. You wouldn't be fearful of them, would you? I fear nothing in this world or the next, Kit said, a dangerous edge to her voice. Does any man say different? No one says different, Kit, the man responded. My lord has heard us all speak of your courage. That's why he wants you to join us. I'm happy here, Kit said, shrugging off the offer, for the time being at least. Suit yourself. The offer, by Takhisis, I heard that. Uncomfortable, prickling sensations had been shooting up the backs of Raistlin's legs. He had tried to shift his foot, wiggle his toes, and he tried to do it silently. Unfortunately, the board on which he stood was loose and creaked loudly when his foot moved. Spy, the man said in his cold voice. A flutter of black cloak, a leap and a bound, and he was standing in front of Raistlin, his strong hand gripping Raistlin's cloak. Words of magic flew out of the young mage's head on wings of terror. The man dragged Raistlin out from behind the tree, forcing him to his knees. The man yanked off the hood of Raistlin's cloak. He grabbed a handful of Raistlin's hair, jerked his head back. Steel flashed red in the moonlight. This is what we do to spies in Naraka. You fool, stop! Kitiara's arm slammed into the man's hand, knocking the arm backward and knife to the boardwalk. The man turned on her in fury, his lust for blood hot. The point of her sword at his throat cooled him. Why did you stop me? I wasn't going to kill him, not yet anyhow. He'll talk first. I need to know who's paying him to spy on me. No one's paying him to spy on you, said Kitiara scornfully. If he's spying on anyone, he's spying on me. You? The man was skeptical. He's my brother, said Kitiara. Raistlin crouched on his knees, his head bowed. Shame and embarrassment overwhelmed him. He could have wished to die rather than face his sister's wrath, and worse, her disdain. He's always been a little snoop, Kitiara said. We call him the Sly One. Get up! She cuffed Raistlin across the face hard. He tasted blood. To his astonishment, after she struck him, Kitiara put her arm around his neck, hugged him close. There, that was for being bad, she said to him playfully. Now that you're here, Raist, let me introduce you to a friend of mine. Balif is his name. He's sorry he scared you like that. He thought you were a thief. Aren't you sorry, Balif? Yeah, I'm sorry, said the man, eyeing Raistlin. And you were acting like a thief, skulking around in the night. What are you doing out this late anyway? Where were you? I was with Weird Megan, said Raistlin, wiping blood from his split lip. She had found a dead fox. We were dissecting it. Kit wrinkled her nose and frowned. That woman's a witch. You should stay away from her. So, little brother, Kit said offhandedly, what did you think about what Balif and I were discussing? Raistlin looked stupid, copying his twin's blank stare and dumbfounded expression. Nothing, he shrugged. I didn't hear that much of it. I was just walking by and... Liar, growled the man. I heard a noise when we first started talking, Kit. He's been there the whole time. No, I haven't, sir. Raistlin spoke in conciliatory tones. I was going to walk past, but I heard you mention dragons. I stopped to listen. I couldn't help myself. I've always been interested in stories of the old days, particularly dragons. That's true, said Kitiao. He's always got his nose in a book. He's harmless, Balif. Quit worrying. Run along home, Raist. I won't mention the fact that you've been with that witch woman to anyone. His gaze met hers. And I won't mention to Tanis the fact that you've been out in the night with another man, Raistlin promised her silently. She smiled. They understood each other perfectly sometimes. Go along. She gave him a shove. Muscle stiff and aching, fear and blood leaving a bitter taste in his mouth, a taste that sickened him. He made his way across the boardwalk. Hearing sounds of footsteps and afraid that Balif was coming after him, Raistlin glanced back. Balif was leaving by the stairs, his cloak swirling around him. Kitiao had fished the coin out of her glove. She flipped it into the air, caught it. Leaning over the rail, she called after him, I'll keep in touch. Raistlin heard the man's brief, cold laughter. Footsteps continued on the stairs and then died away as the man reached ground level. Kitiara remained standing by the water barrel, her head lowered, her arms crossed over her chest. She was deep in thought. After a moment she shook herself all over, as if shaking off all doubt and questions. Drawing her hood close to conceal her face, she set off at a brisk pace. Raistlin took a circuitous route home, one that was longer but would ensure that he did not cross his sister's path. He mulled over Kit's conversation, trying to ferret out a meaning, but he was too stupid with fatigue to make any sense of it. His body was drained. It was all that he could do to force himself to place one foot in front of the other, trudge the weary way back home. Caramon would be awake, worried sick, asking questions. Raistlin smiled grimly. He wouldn't have to lie. He would simply say that he'd spent the evening with their sister. The twins turned 20 that summer. Their day of life gift was supposed to have been a joyous celebration. Kitiar gave them a party, inviting their friends to the inn of the last home, treating them to supper and all the ale they could drink, which, in the dwarf's case, was an alarming amount. Everyone was having a good time, with the exception of the guests of honor. Raistlin had been in a foul mood since spring, more than usually sarcastic and bitter, especially with his brother. Their mutual birthday with its necessary reminders of their dead parents, only appeared to sharpen the edge of his bad humour. Caramon was glum, having just heard the news that Miranda, the girl he currently adored, has suddenly up and married the miller's son. The unseemly haste with which the wedding was held gave rise to speculation of the most scandalous nature. Caramon's disappointment in the matter was lightened somewhat when he noticed that the news of Miranda's nuptials actually brought a smile to Raistlin's face. The smile was dark and unpleasant, not the sort of smile that warms the heart, but it was a smile. Caramon took this as a good sign and hoped fervently that his currently unhappy home life would improve. The day of life gift party lasted well into the night, and the warmth and good spirits of everyone else soon thawed Raistlin's chill. This was the first celebration Kitiara had attended for her brothers since they were small, almost too small to remember. These past months were the longest period of time she had spent in Soleil since her girlhood. For a backwater town, it isn't nearly as boring as I remember, she replied in answering to Raistlin's caustic query. I don't have to be anywhere, not for a while at least. I'm having fun, baby brother. She was in wonderful spirits that night, and so was Tanis Halfhelven. The two sat next to each other, and their mutual admiration was obvious. Each watched the other with warm, bright eyes. Each urged the other to tell favorite stories. With secret smiles and sidelong glances, each reminded the other of some joke known only to the two of them. Tonight's celebration is on me, said Kit, when it came time to settle the reckoning. I'm paying for everything. She tossed 3 large coins onto the table. Otik, his broad face beaming, reached out for them. Raistlin deftly slid his hand under Otik's, snatched up one of the coins, and held it to the light. Steel, minted in sanction, Raistlin observed, studying them. Newly minted, I would say. Sanction? Tanis repeated, frowning. But that city has the reputation of an evil place. How did you come by coins from Sanction, Kit? Yes. Where did you find such an interesting coin, sister? Raistlin asked. Look at it. It has a 5-headed dragon stamped on it. An evil image, said Tanis, looking grave. The ancient sign of the Dark Queen. Don't be silly. It's a coin, not some evil artifact. I won it playing at bones with a sailor, Kit said, her crooked smile limpid. Lucky at bones. Unlucky at love, so they say, but I proved them wrong. The very next day I met you, lover. She leaned over to Tanis, kissed him on the cheek. Her tone was easy, casual, her smile genuine. Raistlin would never had any reason to doubt her if he had not seen that coin, or one like it, sparkle in Lunitary's light only a month ago. The half-elf believed her, that much was certain, but then Tanis was so besotted with Kitiara that she could have told him she'd sailed to the moon and back on a gnome ship, and he would have asked her for details on the voyage. None of the others questioned her either. Flint regarded all his friends with a patronizing, grandfatherly air, which was degenerating rapidly with every ale the dwarf drank. Tasselhoff roamed happily around the inn, much to the dismay of the other customers. The members of the party took turns rescuing people from the Kanda, who, after 2 pints of ale, was wont to regale them with his favourite Uncle Trap Springer stories. Flint and Tanis returned the customers' belongings or made restitutions if the borrowed, strayed, or otherwise abandoned personal possessions were irretrievably lost in the Kender's many pouches. As for Caramon, he was watching his twin with almost pitiful anxiety, willing desperately that Raistlin should have a good time. Caramon was elated when his morose brother actually looked tip from the single glass of wine. So when his brother actually took a sip from the single glass of wine he had not even touched to ask, "Speaking of dragons, I am currently pursuing a course of study on beasts from antiquity. Does anyone know any story about dragons?" "I know one," offered Sturm, who, having imbibed 2 mugs of mead in honor of the occasion, was unusually loquacious. He told the company a story about the Salamnic knight Huma and how he'd fallen in love with a silver dragon, who had taken the disguise of a human female. The tale was well received and raised speculation. Dragons, good and evil, had once lived on Kryn. The old tales were filled with stories of them. Were such tales true? Did dragons really exist, and if so, what had happened to them? "I've lived in this world for a long time," said Tanis, "and I've never seen any sign of dragons. It's my belief that they exist only in the lays of the minstrels." "If you deny the existence of dragons, you deny the existence of Huma Dragonbane," said Sturm. "He was the one who drove the dragons from the world. The good dragons agreeing to leave with the evil in order not to upset the balance. That is why you see no dragons." "Uncle Trapspringer met a dragon once," Tasselhoff began excitedly, but the party was slated to hear no more. Flint kicked the stool out from under Tass, depositing the candor and his ale on the floor.
"Dragons are candor tales," said Flint with a disgusted snort. "Nothing more."
"Dwarves tell dragon stories too," Tass said, not at all disconcerted. He picked himself up, looked sadly into his empty ale mug, and traipsed off to ask Otik for a refill.
"Dwarves tell the best dragon stories,"
Flint stated,
"which is only natural considering that we once competed with the great beasts for living space. Dragons, being quite sensible creatures, preferred to live underground. Oftentimes a dwarven thane would pick out a snug, dry mountain for his people only to find that a dragon had entertained the same idea."
Tanis laughed. "You can't have it both ways, old friend. Dragons can't be false in Kender tales and true in dwarf tales."
"And why not?"
Flint demanded angrily.
"Have you ever known a Kender to speak a true word? And have you ever known a dwarf to lie?"
He was quite pleased with his argument, which made sense when viewed through the bottom of an ale mug.
"What do you say, Raist?"
Caramon asked. His brother appeared to be taking an interest in this subject, unlike many subjects previous. "As I said, I have read of dragons in my books," Raistlin replied. "They mention magical spells and artifacts related to dragons. The books are old, admittedly, but why would such spells and artifacts have been created if the beasts were only mythological?" "Exactly!" cried Sturm, tapping his mug on the table and bestowing a rare look of approbation on Raistlin. "What you say is quite logical.
Race knows a story about humour. Caramon was pleased to see the two almost friendly. Tell it, Raist. When he heard that the story dealt with magic users, Sturm frowned again and pulled at his moustaches, but the frown gradually lessened as the story went along. He gave it grudging approval at the end, stating with a brusque nod, "The wizard showed great courage for a magic user." Caramon flinched, fearing his brother would take offense at this remark and launch an attack, but Raistlin, his tale concluded, was watching Kitiara, did not even appear to have heard Sturm's comment. Relaxing, Caramon gulped down his ale, called for another, and yelped in pain as a small girl with fiery red curls leapt on him from behind, crawled like a squirrel up his back.
"Ouch! Confounded ticker!"
Caramon endeavored to rid himself of the child.
"Aren't you supposed to be in bed?"
he demanded, glaring around at the little girl with a mock ferocity that made her giggle.
"Where's Waylon, your good-for-nothing father?"
"I don't know," the youngster replied with equanimity. "He went off somewhere. He's always going off somewhere. I'm staying with Otik until he comes back."
Otik bustled over, apologizing and scolding in the same breath.
"I'm sorry, Caramon. Here, you young imp, what are you doing bothering the customers?"
He grasped the child firmly, led her off.
"You know better than that."
"Bye, Caramon,"
Tika called, waving her hand delightedly.
"What an ugly little kid,"
Caramon muttered, turning back to his drink.
"Did you ever see so many freckles?"
Raistlin had taken advantage of the distraction to lean over to his sister. "What do you think, Kit?" he asked with a slight smile.
"About what?"
she asked nonchalantly. Her gaze was fixed on Tanis, who had gone to the bar for 2 more ales. "Dragons," he said. Kit cast him a sharp glance. Raistlin met her scrutinizing gaze with bland innocence. Kit shrugged, gave an affected laugh. "I don't think about dragons at all. Why should I?" "It's just that I saw your expression change when I first brought up the subject, as if you were going to say something, then didn't. You've traveled so much. I'd be interested to hear what you had to say," he concluded respectfully.
"Ha!"
Kit was brusque, appeared displeased.
"The expression on my face was pain. My stomach's churning. I think that venison Otik fed us tonight was tainted. You were wise not to eat it. I've heard enough about Solamnic nights and about dragons," she added when Tanis returned. "It's silly arguing about something no one can prove. Let's change the subject."
"Very well," said Raistlin. "Let's talk about the gods, then."
"Gods? That's even worse," Kit said, groaning. "I suppose you've become a convert of Belzor now, little brother, that you're going to proselytize. Let's leave Tanis before he starts his harangue."
"I'm not speaking of Belzor," Raistlin returned with a touch of asperity. "I'm speaking of the old gods, those who were worshipped before the cataclysm. The old gods were equated with dragons, and it is said that some of them existed in dragon form. Queen Takhisis, for example, like her image on the coin. It seems to me that a belief in dragons must of necessity argue a belief in these gods, or the other way around." Everyone, with the exception of Kit, who rolled her eyes and kicked Tanis underneath the table, had an opinion. Sturm stated that he'd done some thinking about this since their last conversation, had spoken to his mother about Paladine. His mother stated that the knights still believe in the gods of light. They were waiting for Paladine to return home with an apology for being gone so long. If so, the knights might be willing to forgive and forget the gods' past misdeeds. The elves, according to Tanis, were convinced that all the gods, had left the world due to the wickedness of humans. When humans were finally eradicated from the world, which must surely happen since they were notoriously combative, then the true gods would return. After giving the matter considerable thought, Flint was inclined to believe that Reorx, having been fed lies by the mountain dwarves, was holed up inside Thorbarden with no knowledge that the hill dwarves were in need of his divine help.
Trust a mountain dwarf to pretend that we don't exist. They wish we'd fall off the face of Krynn, that's what. We're shame and an embarrassment to them,
Flint concluded.
Could you fall off the face of Krynn? Tas asked eagerly. How would you do it? My feet seem pretty firmly planted on the ground. I don't think I could drop off. What if I stood on my head?
If there were a true god in this world, the Kandor would have all dropped off it by now,
Flint grumbled.
Would you look at that doorknob standing on his head?
It might be more accurate to say that Tasselhoff was attempting to stand on his head. He had his head planted on the floor and was kicking his legs, trying to get his feet into the air, but not having much success. Finally, he did manage to stand on his head, with the result that he almost immediately toppled over. Nothing daunted, he tried again, this time taking the precaution of placing himself next to a wall. Fortunately for the party and the rest of the customers, this endeavor absorbed the Kandor's attention and energies for a considerable length of time. If the ancient gods are still around somewhere, said Tanis, resting his hand on Kit's, urging her to be patient, to stay a while longer, then there should be some sign of their presence. In the old days it was said that the clerics of the gods had the power to heal sickness and injuries, that they could even restore life to the dead. The clerics disappeared right before the cataclysm and have not been seen since, at least that the elves have heard.
Clerics of Reorx live,
Flint maintained, his tone bitter.
I'm convinced of it. They're inside Thorbarden. All sort of miracles are performed in the halls of our ancestors, halls where by rights we hill dwarves should be now.
He thumped the table with his fist. Oh, come, old friend, Tanis admonished mildly. You remember that time we met the mountain dwarf at the fair in Haven last fall? He claimed that it was the hill dwarves who had clerical powers and refused to share them with their cousins in the mountain.
Of course he would say that,
Flint bellowed,
to ease his guilty conscience.
Tell us a story about Reorx, suggested Caramon, the peacemaker, but the dwarf was angry and wouldn't talk. Some of these followers of the new gods claimed to have that power, Tanis stated, giving Flint time to cool off. The clerics of Belzor, for one. The last time I was in Haven, they made a big show of it. Caused cripples to get up and walk and dumb people to speak. What do you say, Kit? He'd caught her in a prodigious yawn, which she didn't bother to hide. Raking back her curly hair, she laughed carelessly. Who wants or needs any gods at all? I certainly don't. No divine force controls my life. And that's the way I like it. I choose my own destiny. I'm a slave to no man.
Why should I be a slave to a god and let some priest or cleric tell me how to live? Tanis applauded her when she finished and saluted her with a raised glass. Flint was frowning and thoughtful. When his glance fell on Tanis, the frown deepened into concern. Sturm stared raptly into the fire, his dark eyes unusually bright, as if he saw Paladine's knights once more riding into battle in the name of their god. Caramon had long since dozed off. He lay with his head on the table, his hands still wrapped around his ale mug, softly snoring. Dasselhoff, to the wonder and amazement of all, had managed to stand on his head and was shrilly demanding that everyone look at him quickly before he fell off the face of Kryn. "We've stayed long enough," Kit whispered to Tanis. "I can think of lots more interesting things to do than hang around here." Taking hold of his hand, she brought it to her lips, kissed his knuckles. Tanis's heart was in his eyes. As the saying goes, his love and longing for her was apparent to everyone watching him. Everyone except Kit, who was now playfully nibbling on the knuckles she had previously been kissing. "I'm going to have to leave Solis soon, Kit," he said to her softly. "Flint will be taking to the road any day now." Kit rose to her feet. "All the more reason not to waste what time we have left." "Goodbye, little brothers," she said, not looking at them. "Happy day of life gift." "Yes, best wishes," Tanis said, turning to Raistlin with a warm smile. He patted the snoring Caramon on the shoulder. Kitiara put her arm around the half-elf's waist, leaned into him. He placed his arm affectionately on her shoulder, walking side by side, so closely that they almost tripped over each other's feet. The two left the inn. Flint sighed and shook his head.
"More ale,"
he called gruffly. "Did you see me, Flint? Did you see me?" Dasselhoff, his face bright red, skipped back to the table. "I stood on my head, and I didn't fall off the face of Kryn. My head stuck on the floor, just like my feet do. I guess you'd have not to have any part of you touching. Do you suppose if I jumped off the roof of the inn?"
Yeah, go ahead,"
Flint muttered, preoccupied. The candor dashed away. "I'll go stop him," Sturm offered and left in hasty pursuit. Raistlin poked his brother, prodded him awake. What?" Caramon grunted, sitting up and peering around, bleary-eyed. He'd been dreaming of Miranda. Raistlin raised his half-empty wineglass. "A toast, my brother, to love." "To love?" Caramon mumbled, sloshing ale on the table. As it turned out, Tanis and Flint did not leave Solis that summer. As it turned out, Tanis and Flint did not leave Solis that summer. Caramon had already departed for work in the early morning dawn, and Raistlin was putting his books together, preparatory to going to his school, when there was a knock on the door. Simultaneous with the knock, the door flew open and Dasselhoff barefoot jumped in. Flint had been trying to teach the Kender that a knock on the door was generally conceded among civilized peoples as an announcement of one's presence and a request to be admitted. One waited patiently at the door until the knock was answered and the door was opened by the person residing in the household. Dasselhoff simply could not grasp the concept. Knocking on doors was not much practiced in the Kender homelands, It wasn't necessary. Candor doors usually stood wide open. The only reason to shut them was during the inclement weather. If a visiting Candor walked in on his hosts and found that they were engaged in some pursuit in which he was not particularly welcome, the visitor could either sit in the parlor and wait until his host showed themselves, or he was free to leave, after ransacking the dwelling for anything interesting, of course. Some uninformed people on Ansalon maintained that this custom was followed because Candor had no locks on their doors. This wasn't true. All doors to Candor dwellings had locks, generally a great many locks of differing types. The locks were only used when a party was in progress. There was no door knocking at these times. The guests were expected to pick the locks to obtain entry, this being the major form of entertainment for the evening. Thus far, Flint had trained Tasselhoff to at least knock on the door, which he did, generally knocking on the door as he opened it, or else opening it and then knocking on it as a way to loudly announce his presence in case no one noticed him.
That's like my changing lane.
Yeah. Raistlin was prepared for Tasselhoff's arrival, having heard the Candor shouting his name breathlessly 6 doors down, and having heard the neighbors shout back to ask if he knew what time of the morning it was. He also heard Tass stop to inform them of the correct time. Well, they were the ones who asked, Tasselhoff said indignantly, swinging inside with the door. If they didn't want to know, why were they shouting like that, I tell you? He fetched a sigh as he settled himself down at the kitchen table. I don't understand humans sometimes. Good morning, said Raistlin, removing the teapot from the Candor's hand. I will be late for my classes. Was there something you wanted? He asked severely, as Tasselhoff was reaching for the bread and the toasting fork. Oh, yes. The Candor dropped the fork with a clatter and jumped to his feet. I almost forgot. It's a good thing you reminded me, Raistlin. I'm extremely worried. No, thank you. I couldn't eat a thing. I'm too upset. Well, maybe a biscuit. Do you have any jam? What do you want? Raistlin demanded. It's Flint, said the Candor, eating the jam out of the crock with a spoon. He can't stand up. He can't lie down either, or sit down for that matter. He's in extremely bad shape, and I'm really worried about him. Truly worried. The Candor was obviously upset because he shoved the jam pot away, even though it still had some jam inside. He did put the spoon in his pocket, but that was only to be expected. Raistlin retrieved the spoon and asked more about the dwarf's symptoms. It happened this morning. Flint got out of bed, and I heard him yell, which he sometimes do. He sometimes do in the morning, but that's usually after I've gone into his room to say good morning, when he wasn't exactly ready for it to be morning yet. But I wasn't in his room at all, and he still yelled. So I went into his room to see what was the matter, and there he was, bent double over, like an elf in a high wind. I thought he was looking at something on the floor, so I went over to look at whatever he was looking at. But then I found out he wasn't, or if he was, he wasn't meaning to. He was looking at the floor because he couldn't do anything else.
I'm stuck this way, you miserable Candor.
That's what he said. I was miserable for him, so that was pretty accurate. I asked him what happened.
I bent down to lace my boots and my back gave out.
I said I'd help him straighten up, but he threatened to hit me with a poker if I came near him. So while it might have been interesting, being hit with a poker, something that's never happened to me before, I decided that hitting me wasn't going to help Flint much, so I better come to you and see if you could suggest anything. Tasselhoff regarded Raistlin with anxious expectancy. The young man had put his books down and was searching among jars containing unguents and potions that he'd concocted from his herb garden. "Do you know what's wrong?" Tass asked. "Has he been troubled with back pain before?" "Oh, yes," said Tass cheerfully. "He said that his back has been hurting him ever since Caramon tried to drown him in the boat. His back and his left leg." "I see. That's what I thought. It sounds to me as if Flint is suffering from a defluxion of rheum," Raistlin replied. "A defluxion of rheum?" Tass repeated the words slowly, savoring them. He was awed. "How wonderful! Is it catching?" he asked hopefully. "No, it is not catching. It is an inflammation of the joints. It can also be known as lumbago, although," Raistlin said, frowning, "the pain in the left leg might mean something more serious. I was going to send some oil of wintergreen home with you to rub into the afflicted area, but now I think I had better come and take a look myself."
You should have become a doctor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, he was too thirsty for power. "Flint, you have an influx of runes!" Tasselhoff cried excitedly, racing through the door, which he had neglected to shut on his way out, and which the dwarf in his misery could not manage to reach. Flint had scarcely moved from the place where the candor had left him. He was bent almost double, his beard brushing the floor. Any attempt to straighten brought beads of sweat to his forehead and gasps of agony to his lips. His boots remained unlaced. He stood hunched over, alternately swearing and groaning.
"Runes!" the dwarf yelled. "What has this got to do with runes?"
"Rheum," Raistlin clarified. "An inflammation of the joints caused by prolonged exposure to cold or dampness."
"I knew it! The damn boat!"
Flint said with bitter triumph.
"I say it again, I'll never set foot in one of those foul contraptions again so long as I live, I swear it, Riox."
He would have stamped his foot upon the vow, this being considered proper among dwarves, but the movement caused him to cry out in pain and clutch the back of his left leg.
"I've got my wares to sell this summer. How am I supposed to travel like this?"
he demanded irritably. "You're not traveling," said Raistlin. "You are going back to bed, and you're going to stay there until the muscles relax. You're all knotted up. This oil will ease the pain. I'll need your help, Tass. Lift his shirt."
"No! Stay away from me! Don't touch me!"
"We're only trying to help you to—"
"What's that smell? Oil of what? Pine tree? You're not going to feed me any tree juice."
"I'm going to rub it on you."
"I won't have it, I tell you. Ouch, ouch! Get away! I have the poker!"
"Tass, go fetch Tanis," Raistlin ordered, seeing that his patient was going to be difficult. Although he was extremely sorry to leave in the midst of such excitement, the candor ran off to deliver his message. Tanis returned in haste, alarmed by Tasselov's somewhat confused account that Flint had been attacked by runes, which Raistlin was trying to cure by making him swallow pine needles. Raistlin explained the situation in more detailed and coherent terms. Tanis concurred in both the diagnosis and the treatment, overriding the dwarf's vehement protests. First forcibly removing the poker from his hand, they rubbed the oil into his skin, massaged the muscles of his legs and arms until he was finally able to straighten his back enough to lie down. Flint maintained the entire time that he was not going to bed. He was setting out on his summer travels to sell his wares. There was nothing any of them could do to stop him. He kept this up as Tanis helped him hobble to the bed. Kept it up, though he had to compress his lips against a pain that he said was like a goblin's poisoned dagger stuck in the back of his leg. He kept it up until Raistlin told Tas to run to the inn and ask Otik for a jug of brandy.
"What's that for?"
Flint asked suspiciously.
You're going to rub that on me now?"
"You're to swallow a dram every hour," Raistlin replied, "for the pain, so long as you stay in bed."
"Every hour?"
The dwarf brightened. He settled himself more comfortably among the pillows.
"Well, perhaps I'll just take today off. We can always start tomorrow. Make certain Otik send the good stuff,"
he bellowed after Tas. "He won't be going anywhere tomorrow," Raistlin told Tanis, "or the day after, or any time in the near future. He must stay in bed until the pain goes away and he can walk freely. If he doesn't, he could be crippled for life." "Are you sure?" Tanis looked skeptical. "Flint's complained of aches and pains as long as I've known him." "This is different. This is quite serious. It has something to do with the spine and the nerves that run up the leg. Weird Megan treated a person who was suffering symptoms similar to this once, and I helped her. She explained it to me using a human skeleton she had dissected. If you would accompany me to her house, I could show you." No, that won't be necessary," Tanis said hurriedly. "I'll take your word for it." He rubbed his chin and shook his head. "But how in the name of the forger of the world we're going to keep that ornery old dwarf in bed, short of tying him to the bedposts, is beyond me." The brandy aided them in this endeavor, rendering the patient calm, though not quiet, and in a relatively good humor. He actually did what he was told and remained in bed voluntarily. They were all pleasantly surprised. Tanis praised Flint highly for being such a model patient. What none of them knew was that Flint had actually made an attempt to get out of bed the first night he was incapacitated. The pain was excruciating. His leg had collapsed under him. This incident scared the dwarf badly. He began to think that perhaps Raistlin knew what he was talking about. Crawling back to bed, Flint determined secretly to stay there as long as it took to heal. Meanwhile, he had a good time ordering everyone about and making Caramon feel wretchedly guilty for having been the cause of it all. So Tanis certainly didn't mind staying in Solace instead of traveling around Abyssinia. Kitia remained in Solace as well, much to the astonishment of her brothers.
"I never thought I'd see Kit fall in love with any man,"
Caramon said to his twin one evening over supper.
"She just doesn't seem the affectionate type."
Raistlin sneered. Love is not the word, my brother. Love involves caring, respect, fondness. I would term our sister's attachment for the half-elf as one of passion, or perhaps lost might be a better word. I would guess from the stories our mother told us that Kitiara is much like her father in that regard.
I suppose,
Caramon responded, looking uncomfortable. He never liked to talk about their mother if he could help it. His memories of her were not pleasant ones. Gregor's love for Rosamond was extremely passionate while it lasted, Raistlin said with ironic emphasis on the latter part of his sentence. He found her different from other women. She amused him. I'm sure there is a certain amusement factor involved with Kitiara's relationship with the half-elf. He's undoubtedly very different from other men she's known.
I like Tanis,
Caramon said defensively, thinking that his brother's words disparaged his friend.
He's a great guy. He's giving me sword fighting lessons. I'm getting really good at it. He said so. I'll have to show you sometime.
Of course you like Tanis. We all like Tanis, Raistlin said with a shrug. He's honorable, honest, trustworthy, loyal. As I said, he's far different from any other man our sister has loved.
You can't know that for sure,
Caramon protested. Oh, I can, my brother, I can, Raistlin said. Caramon wanted to know how, but Raistlin refused to elaborate. The twins were silent, finishing their meal. Caramon ate voraciously, devouring everything on his plate and then looking around for more. He had only to wait. Raistlin picked at his food, eating only the choicest morsels, shoving aside any bit of meat with the least amount of gristle, or any piece that happened to be even slightly underdone. Caramon was always willing to finish the scraps. He carried away the wooden bowls to be washed. Raistlin fed his mice and cleaned their cage, then went into the kitchen to help his brother.
I wouldn't want anything bad to happen to Tanis, Raist,
Caramon said, not looking up from his work. My dear brother, you have more water on the floor than you do in the bucket. No, finish what you're doing. I will mop it up. Grabbing the rag, Raistlin bent down, wiped it over the stone flagon floor. As for Tanis, he's quite old enough to take care of himself, Caramon. He is, I believe, well over 100.
Maybe he's old in years, Raise, but he's not as old as you and I in some ways,
Caramon said. He stacked up the wet bowls and utensils, wrung out the cloth, and shook the water from his hands, which he then wiped on his shirt front. Raistlin snored, clearly disbelieving. Caramon tried to make himself clear.
Because he's honest. He thinks everyone else is honest too, and loyal and honorable. But you and I, we know that's not true. Especially it's not true with Kit.
Raistlin looked up swiftly. What do you mean? Caramon flushed, ashamed for his sister.
She lied to Tanis about that money raised, the steel coins from Sanction. She told Tanis that she won the money playing at Bones with a sailor. Well, I was with her a few days earlier when she came over here to see if I wanted to practice my sword fighting with her. When she was ready to leave, she sent me to fetch her cloak from the chest in the bedroom. When I picked up the cloak, the purse with the coins fell out and the coins spilled. I looked at one because I'd never seen a coin like it. I asked her where they came from.
What did she say?
She said that it was pay she'd earned from work she'd done up north.
She said that there was lots more money where that came from, and that I could earn my share, and so could you, if you'd give up this foolery about magic and come with us. She said she wasn't ready to go north yet, that she was having too much fun here. Anyway, I needed more training, and you had to be convinced that you were... Caramon hesitated. I was what? Raistlin prodded him. A failure in magic, that's what she said, Raist. Not me, so don't get mad. I'm not mad. Why would she say such a thing? Oh, it's because she's never seen you do any magic, Raist. I told her that you were really good, but she only laughed and said I was so gullible I'd swallow any bit of hocus pocus. I'm not. You've taught me better than that. Caramon stated emphatically. I believe that I have taught you better than even I realized, Raistlin said, regarding his brother with a certain amount of admiration. You knew all this and still kept quiet about it. She told me not to say anything, not even to you, and I wasn't going to, but I don't like it that she lied about the money raised. Who knows where it came from? And I didn't like that money either. Caramon shivered. It had a strange feel to it. She didn't lie to you, Raistlin said, thoughtful. Caramon was amazed. How do you know that? Just a hunch, Raistlin said evasively. She's talked about working for people in the north before now. I don't want to go up there, Raist, Caramon said. I've made up my mind. I'd rather be a knight like Sturm. Maybe they'll let you be a war wizard like mages. I would like to train as a warrior mage, Raistlin said. The knights would not have me, nor do I think they would take you either. But we could work together, perhaps in the mercenary line, combining sorcery and steel. Warrior mages are not common, and people would pay well for such skills. Caramon was radiant with pleasure. That's a great idea, Raist. When do you think we should start? He looked prepared to rush out the door at that very moment. Not for some time yet, Raistlin returned, controlling his brother's impatience. I would have to leave the school. Master Theobald would have apoplexy if I even mentioned such a thing. In his mind, magic is to be used only in such dire situations as starting campfires if the wood is wet. But we must not rush into this, brother, he admonished, seeing Caramon already starting to polish his sword. We need money. You need experience, and I need more spells in my spellbook. Sure, Raist. I think it's a great idea, and I plan to be ready. Caramon ceased his work, looked up, his expression solemn and troubled. What do we say to Kit? Nothing. Not until the time comes, Raistlin said. He paused a moment, then added with a grim smile, and let her keep thinking I have no talent for magic. Sure, Raist, if that's what you want. Caramon couldn't quite figure out that one, but figuring that Raistlin knew best, he always obeyed his brother's wishes. What do we do about Tanis? Nothing, Raistlin said quietly. There's nothing we can do. He wouldn't believe us if we said anything bad about Kit because he doesn't want to believe us. You would not have believed me if I'd said anything bad about Miranda, would you? Raistlin asked with a tinge of bitterness. No, I guess not. Caramon sighed massively. He still maintained his heart was broken, although he was now involved with 3 girls at last count. Isn't there anything we can do about Kit?
We watch her, my brother. We watch her very carefully.
Wow. He's a schemer.
Mm-hmm. Summer days drifted by in a haze of smoke from cooking fires, dust kicked up by travellers along the Solis road, and the morning mists that wound like wraiths among the boughs of the Valenwood trees. Flint kept to his bed, a surprisingly docile patient, though he grumbled enough for 30 dwarfs, as Tasselhoff said, and complained that he was missing out on all the fun. He had, in fact, a very easy life of it. The Kandor waited on him hand and foot. Caramon and Sturm took turns visiting him every afternoon after their sword practice to demonstrate their newfound skills. Raistlin came by daily to rub oil of wintergreen into the dwarf's tight muscles, and even Kit dropped by occasionally to entertain Flint with accounts of fighting goblins and ogres. Flint was so comfortable that Tanis was beginning to worry that the dwarf was enjoying his leisure too much. The pain in his back and leg had nearly subsided, but it was beginning to look as if Flint might never walk again. Tanis called his friends together, hatched a plot to cause the dwarf to leave his bed, without the use of gnome powder, as a half-elf put it. "I hear there's a new metalsmith moving to Solis," Tasselhoff Barefoot announced one morning as he fluffed up the dwarf's pillows.
"What's that?"
Flint looked startled. "A new metalsmith," the Kandor repeated. "Well, it's only to be expected. Word has gone out that you've retired."
"I have not,"
Flint said indignantly.
"I'm only taking a bit of a rest for my health."
"I hear it's a dwarf from Thorbarden." Leaving this poisoned shaft inside the wound, guaranteed to rankle, Tasselhoff left on his daily tour of Solis to see who was new in town, and more importantly, what interesting objects might find their way into his pouches. Sturm was next to arrive, with a pot of hot soup sent by his mother. In regard to the dwarf's anxious question, Sturm replied that he had heard something about a new metalsmith coming to town, but he added that he rarely paid attention to gossip and couldn't provide any more details. Raistlin was a good deal more forthcoming, providing a great many details about the Thorbarden metalsmith, down to his clan and the length and color of his beard, and also adding that the main reason the Thorbarden dwarf had chosen Solis as a place to locate his business was that he'd heard that they had no good metal work done here in a long, long while. By the time Tanis arrived late that afternoon, he was pleased but not terribly surprised to find Flint in his workshop, firing up the forge that had been cold all summer long. The dwarf still walked with a limp when he remembered, and still complained of pain in his back, particularly when he had to go rescue Tasselhoff from any number of minor disasters. But he never took to his bed again. As for the Thorbarden metalsmith, he found that the air of Solis didn't agree with him. At least that's what Tanis said. The summer had been a long one and a prosperous one for the people of Solis. Large numbers of travelers, the most travelers anyone could remember, passed through the town. The roads were relatively safe. There were thieves and footpads, certainly, but that was a fact of life on the road, and not considered to be more than a nuisance. War was the great disruptor of travel, and no wars were being fought anywhere in Ceylon at this time, nor were any expected. Ceylon had been at peace for 300 years, and everyone in Solis assumed complacently that the peace would last for another 300. Almost everyone, that is. Raistlin believed differently, and it was for this reason that he had decided to concentrate his area of study in the realm of magic on war wizardry. It was not a decision based on a young boy's idealized picture of battle as something glorious and exciting. Raistlin had never played the games of war, and had the other children. He was not enamored of a martial life, nor was he at all excited at the thought of entering into battle. His was a calculated decision, made after long deliberation, and it had to do with one object: money. The overheard conversation of Kitiara and the stranger had a great deal to do with Raistlin's planning. He could repeat the conversation verbatim, and he went over the words in his mind almost nightly. Up North Sanction, presumably a great lord with vast sums of money, was interested in gaining information about colonizing. He was also interested in recruiting skilled warriors. He had loyal and intelligent agents working for him. A gully dwarf child could have taken this evidence and worked it to its logical conclusion. Someday, somewhere, sometime soon, someone was going to need to put together an army to defend against this lord, and they would need to put it together fast. This unknown someone would pay highly for soldiers, and even more highly for mages skilled in the art of combining sword and sorcery. Raistlin assumed, and rightly so, that dealing death would pay him far better than mixing herbs to heal sick babies. Having made this decision, he pondered on the best way to act upon it. He needed to acquire magical spells that were combative in nature. That much was certain. He would also need spells to defend himself, else his first fight would be his last. But what would he be defending against? What did a commander expect of a warrior mage? What would be his place in the ranks? What attack spells would be required? Raistlin knew little about soldiering, and he realized then that he needed to know more if he was going to make an effective war wizard. The one person who might know the answers to these questions was the one he dared not ask, Kitiara. He did not want to put ideas into her head. Asking Tanis half-elven was the same these days as asking his sister, for Tanis would surely discuss anything Raistlin said with Kit. Neither Sturm nor Flint would be of any help. Knights and dwarves distrusted magic intensely and would never rely on a mage in a battle situation. Tasselhoff wasn't even a consideration. Anyone who asks a question of a candor deserves the answer. Raistlin had secretly searched Master Theobald's library and found nothing useful. "This age on Krynn will be called the Age of Peace," Master Theobald was wont to predict. "We are changed people. War is an institution of unenlightened generations past. Nations have learned how to peacefully coexist. Humans, elves, and dwarves have learned to work together. By pointedly ignoring each other, Raistlin thought, that is not coexistence, it is blindness. When he looked into the future, he saw it ablaze with flame, awash in blood. He could see the coming wars so clearly, in fact, that he sometimes wondered if he hadn't inherited some of his mother's talent as a seer. Convinced that his scheme was the right one, the one that would win him fame and fortune, Raistlin required only knowledge to put it into action. Such knowledge could come from only one source: books. Books his master did not have. How to acquire them? The Tower of High Sorcery at Wayreth had the most extensive library of magic anywhere on Krynn, but as a novice mage, an initiate, not even yet an apprentice, Raistlin would not be permitted inside the tower. His first entry into the fabled and dread edifice would be if and when he was invited to take the test. The Tower of Wayreth was out of question. There were other sources for books of magic and books on magic. Mageware shops. Mageware shops were not numerous in this day and age, but they did exist. There was a mageware shop in Haven. Raistlin had heard Master Theobald speak of it. He knew the location, having made surreptitious inquiries. One night, shortly after Flint's marvelous recovery, Raistlin knelt down beside a small wooden chest he kept in his room. The chest was guarded by a simple locking cantrip, one of the first magics every mage learns, a spell that is absolutely essential in a world populated by Kandor. Removing the cantrip with a single spoken command, a command that could be personalized to suit each wizard who utilized it, Raistlin opened the lid of the chest and took out of it a small leather purse. He counted the coins completely unnecessarily. He knew to the halfpence how much he had acquired. He deemed he had enough. The next morning, he broached the subject with his brother. "Tell Farmer Serge that you must take some time off, Caramon. We are traveling to Haven."